Thank you. Have a seat. Okay, let's go on the record then in file 22-5165-FH. We're back. It's Monday morning, September 11th. Unfortunate date in our country's history, but we're here nonetheless. And when we left off, Mr. Molitor had just concluded his case, or Mr. Barnett, I should say, on behalf of Mr. Molitor. So Mr. Nunzio, let me go to you in terms of Mr. Null, Bill Null. I guess I should make that distinction at the beginning. Is there any conversation?
Yes, we're calling Mr. Bill Null to the stand this morning. If the court wishes to inquire regarding his First right to testify or not testify, we would welcome that, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's indicated he wants to testify, but court inquiry is always helpful.
Sure. So Mr. Null, and for the record's purposes, I'm going to be addressing William Null or Bill Null, so I may say Mr. Null, but that's the Null brother that I'm referring to. You understand, sir, that you have the right to testify in your own defense?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that you do not have to testify, and that if you don't testify, that cannot be used against you in any way, including up to an instruction from the court that I would give indicating that the jurors cannot consider that when making their determination. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
And have you talked to your attorneys about all of that?
Yes, sir.
Were they able to answer all of your questions sufficiently that you could make an informed decision?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions for me about any?
No, sir.
Okay, so you feel that you understand the decision you're making?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is it your intention to testify or to not?
I wish to testify.
Okay, very good. Mr. Nunzio, are there any additional questions that you'd like the court to ask?
No, we think the inquiry was satisfactory and sufficient, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Null, I guess the one thing I didn't ask, obviously when you testify in your own defense, you've obviously sat through the entire trial, so you understand how this process has worked. Mr. Nunzio will get to ask you questions on direct examination, but obviously it's subject to then to cross-examination from the Attorney General's office. You understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and same considerations in your decision is the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Then what we'll do is bring the jury back. Mr. Nunzio, I'll simply turn to you to see if there's a case you'd like to present. You can call Mr. Null as a witness, and then we'll proceed from there.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
Keep that close by.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That everyone had an opportunity. If I recall, the word in the case, Mr. Barnett has just finished up his case on behalf of Mr. Molitor. So now we turn to Null, so we can Mr. William Null. Mr. Nunzio, let me go to you. Is there any presentation on behalf of Mr. Null that you'd like?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense calls William Grant Null to the witness stand, otherwise known as Bill Null.
Okay. Sir, if you would, please approach. And before you take a seat, sir, if you stop and raise your right hand, do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat for me.
Okay to have mints and stuff.
Yes, sir. Take your time. If there's any point that you need to take a break to get a new bottle of water, you can just let me know, because I can see that, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Once you get situated, sir, if you could start off by telling us your full name.
My full name is William Grant Null.
Okay, and you also go by Bill. I think you've been referred to as Bill and several of the exhibits and us, the attorneys at various points.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hunter? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning. What is your name, sir?
William Grant Null.
Okay, do you go by Bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Bill, what I'd like to do today is just have a conversation about your story, okay?
Okay.
If you have any concerns about any of my questions, you don't understand something, would you let me know?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I would ask, since it's not a very small courtroom, I'd ask that you speak up so everybody in the courtroom can hear you, okay?
Okay. Yes,
More
sir.
importantly, the jury. I want to make sure that the jury hears your answers, okay?
Okay. Yes.
Bill, how old are you?
I am 41.
Okay, what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a licensed builder.
Okay, how long you been doing that?
I got my license in 2015, but my father started our business in 1987.
I'm gonna ask you to speak up just a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
Who do you build with?
My brother and I run the business.
Okay, and what brother is that?
Michael Null.
Is he in the courtroom here
Yes,
today?
sir.
Whereabouts town or where the area of Michigan do you live?
I live in Berry County. I live actually in Orangeville.
Okay. And who do you live there with?
My wife and my 2 sons.
Okay, your wife's in the courtroom here today?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Mike's wife is in the courtroom here today as well?
Yes, she is as well.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to the Michigan Liberty Militia.
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with the Michigan Liberty Militia?
I'm a member of it.
Okay. Did you start it?
Yes, sir. Myself, my brother, and a friend of mine, Phil Robinson, started the group.
What year did you start the Michigan Liberty Militia?
It was the summer of 2015.
Okay. And when you formed the Michigan Liberty Militia, what was going on, or why did you form this militia?
Well, in 2015, Trump was running for president. There was riots going on in late 2015. People were being assaulted just for supporting their candidate. We just wanted to stand for the people and allow them to have their right to push their viewpoint too.
Okay. What is the purpose of Michigan Liberty Militia? What are the kinds of things that your militia does?
We do community outreach. We do rallies. We help our community.
Okay. And what's the function of the militia? Is that part of the function of the militia?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
We stand with the people. And,
Okay. We saw an exhibit that you had made a statement, fuck the police. Okay, excuse my language. What did you mean by that?
That particular statement was about, that was actually about Parkland shooting. The police stood there and they never went in the building while some madman was killing children in an elementary school.
Okay. Did that have effect on the militia?
Yeah, I think most Americans were pretty upset about that whole situation.
With respect to some of the community work that the Michigan Liberty Militia did, can you name a few that you were involved in over between 2015 until your arrest in 2020?
Yeah, we were part of like the Flint Water Drive.
Tell us about the Flint Water Drive.
We networked with a bunch of militias across the state. We got a bunch of non-perishable items, especially water. We ended up getting a truck and trailer, took it down to Flint.
Okay.
We handed out water in the park. Other groups actually went door to door and handed water out.
What other activities as the Michigan Liberty Militia did you perform?
Well, we did, we outreached with like the homeless outreach.
Where?
In GR mainly.
Where GR being?
Grand Rapids, sir.
Okay. What else?
We used to work with like 92 for 22.
What's 92 for 22? Please tell the jury.
It was a veterans, that, they started a group, the 92 for 22. 22 veterans a day commit suicide. They were trying to bring awareness and help that particular community.
Did your militia stay in state only, or were there activities out of state?
No, we reached out across the state many times in the country. Texas, they had a natural disaster down there. We networked with the state and then networked across the state so that we could deliver truckloads of perishable items, non-perishable items down to Texas.
So you worked with other militias then, did you?
Yes.
Both in state and out of state, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as a Michigan Liberty Militia member, did you wear armor and guns all the time, or were there some events that you didn't wear guns and armor?
No, there were some events that we didn't wear our guns and armor. The homeless outreach, it would have been pretty inappropriate.
Okay.
92 for 22, I didn't wear it there either.
Okay.
A lot of the benefits we did, they might have been in bars. When we did the 92-mile hike with them, I didn't have my guns and armor. We walked from Grand Rapids to Stevensville with them.
We saw an exhibit with the Michigan Liberty Militia, some photographs of the group. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the number and the folks that were part of that militia?
It's close, yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So what other things, other than this charity community work that you've talked about, that the Michigan Liberty Militia was involved in?
Well, we did a lot of protests and rallies. And
Rallies?
stuff like that, yeah.
Okay. So when you would do rallies, let's talk about that for a moment. Between 2015 and 2020, how many rallies did the Michigan Liberty Militia, how many were they involved in roughly?
40, 50, maybe more.
Okay. Were you involved in rallies yourself personally between 2015 and 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about a few. Can you think of any that you were involved in that kind of stand out?
Yeah, I would say like Lamar Park.
Tell the jury about Lamar Park. Where was that? What was the purpose of the rally? And what did you all do?
Lamar Park was it was basically a Trump rally, but there was also a campaign stop for Republican Senator Patrick Kovac. He was one of the keynote speakers there.
Okay.
We were head of security that day.
Did you just show up? You're invited? How does that process work?
This particular one, I had to work with Grand Rapids Police Department to actually get the permit. They weren't real comfortable with militia running the security there. So I had to set out, do an actual security plan, deliver it to the police department.
What police department for Lamar Park did you have to submit that to?
The Grand Rapids Police Department.
Okay.
After we submitted it, it took them a while. They actually reached out to the FBI. Our group had a good rapport with the FBI. They granted us the permit. And
okay, and I don't mean to cut you off. About what year was that, the Lamar Park rally?
I'm pretty sure it was in 2018, sir.
Okay. So you get approval from GRPD, they coordinate with FBI, they're a little nervous about militias. Do you end up working security at Lamar Park?
Yes, with a permit.
Okay. And who was there again?
Republican Senator Patrick Kovac.
Okay. So, and it was like a campaign stop for him too at this particular rally?
Yes, sir. There was other keynote speakers there too, but I don't recall exactly who was there.
Okay. And are you standing away? Is there a stage? Kind of give us the layout. Is there a stage, people? What's going on?
Yeah, there's a speaking platform, and the people would just come up to the stage. They would present their speech or whatever. There was actually militia all over the place, but we had I worked close to the stage.
Okay. Now you said it was Republican Senator Colbeck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a relationship with him before, or ever develop any type of acquaintance or relationship with him during or after this?
No, I spoke with him at several campaign stops, so.
Okay. So so what's the function of your militia at these rallies? Let's talk about that. What do you do? What's your function? What are you supposed to be doing?
Most of the time we were doing security. Most of the events we were actually invited by whoever was putting the rallies on. We were always there to observe and report.
Observe and report.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Watch the crowd, watch for violence. If there's an argument or anything going on, we can de-escalate it. If not, if it gets out of hand, we would always reach out to the police. Most of the time there's police on hand, so.
So you would observe situations, if they got out of hand, who would you report like violent or unusual outbreaks to? Who would you report that
It would
to?
depend on the rally. It would depend on the police department that was there.
But you weren't acting on your own. You would always reach out to the authorities under this observe and report status as security?
Yes, and that was in my security plan for like Lamar Park. They knew what we were.
Okay. Can you think of any other rallies of note? We're not going to go over all of them, but can you think of any other rallies that you participated in of note?
I would say Rosa Parks circles in GR.
Where is the Rosa Parks Circle? GR,
Yes.
Michigan?
Yes, it's downtown Grand Rapids.
Okay. And how is it that you came to be at the Rosa Parks rally in Grand Rapids?
Our group was invited for head of security by the American Patriot Council.
Okay. Did they still have to go through a permit process or an approval process in order to be at this particular rally?
They pulled the permits. I wasn't involved in that one, but yeah, it was a permitted event.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that particular rally, the Rosa Parks Circle rally?
People were protesting like the COVID lockdowns and
Okay.
what was going on in the country.
Now, you had indicated that Senator Colbeck was at the Lamar Park rally. Were any people, politicians, police at this particular rally?
That particular one, there was two keynote speakers. One was Sheriff Darleaf of Berry County. The other one was Republican Senator Majority Leader Mike Shirkey.
Mike Shirkey?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Sheriff Darleaf from Berry County before this rally that took place in Rosa Parks?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you known Sheriff Darleaf?
It's safe to say probably 5 or 6 years easy, but he's been the sheriff of Berry County for like 16 years. He's a good guy.
And when did you become associated or have this relationship with Darleaf? What year did that start?
We started to talk a little more in 2015 when we started our group. He's the type of sheriff that his community can talk to him if they need to, if they have questions.
Okay. And then Senator, is it Mike Shirkey? Is that the other name you gave us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know him before this particular rally at Rosa Parks?
I'm not sure what the date was on Rosa Park.
Okay.
I have talked to him a couple times.
Before, during, or after this incident of the Rosa Parks?
I'm not sure what date Rosa Park was. I know May. It was a couple weeks after the April 30th rally. I was invited there with my brother and two other militia leaders to sit down with him.
Okay. Well, before we get to the April 30th rally, there's been some attention drawn to that in the last several weeks. Was the media, both live, print, and photo media, were they at the Lamar Park and the Rosa Parks rally?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in pictures with the folks that we're talking about?
Yeah, at that time I was pretty well known. I mean, we had newspapers sent to us from China. We were on the front page of, so I mean, I was known.
So the Michigan Liberty Militia was popular and they were covered widely in the press, if I understand you correctly.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Let's just back up just a little bit to Lamar Park. Were there any problems at Lamar Park?
No, sir, there was no issues or anything.
Was there any problems at Rosa Parks?
No, there was pretty peaceful rallies, most of them are.
Okay. Police are at both of those rallies?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did you have any problems with the police at any of those rallies?
No, first thing I do when I show up to a rally, I actually just go talk to the police right off the bat.
Okay.
That's pretty standard.
So Lamar Park, did the police or any of the politicians ask you to leave?
No, sir.
What about Rosa Parks? Did Sheriff Darleve or Mike Shirkey ask you to leave with the police or anything like that?
No, everything was pretty pleasant.
Okay. So let's draw your attention to the 4/30 of 2020. That would be the American Patriot Rally at the Capitol. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How is it that you and the Michigan Liberty Militia came to be at that particular rally?
It was American Patriot Council rally. We were actually asked to be head of security for that event too.
Okay. I think we saw some photographs and some of the exhibits that I think Agent Implet pointed out that you were wearing some type of security badge. Do you recall that?
Yes. As soon as we get there, they explained to us and they asked us appreciated the help, and they gave us a badge so that people would know who we were at the rally.
Okay. Now this rally was at the Capitol,
Yes, sir.
the center of our government, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why was Michigan Liberty Militia there?
Well, again, we were there all the time. This is not the first time we've ever been to the Capitol, but we were head of security for it.
So about how long did this rally last in Lansing?
4 to 6 hours.
Okay. When you got there, were you dressed in any particular way?
Yeah, I had all my body armor on. I had a pistol, rifle, shotgun.
Okay. Did you have any patches or any type of insignia on your person identifying you with the Michigan Liberty Militia?
Yes, I do believe so. My carrier would have always had a patch on it. I don't remember if I had a hat on or not.
Okay. But we've seen some documents, photographs that you have this patch that says Michigan Liberty Militia on it, correct?
Yes, sir. Big red patch.
Okay. So you're asked to be head of security at the this Capitol rally, and what do you do when you get there?
This rally, we went in, we talked to the cops like we normally do.
When you say cops, who are you referring to?
This particular one, I believe it was the Capitol Police. They're the ones that are normally on duty there. I don't recall. Maybe it was the state police as well. But.
Okay. You saw the videos of some of the folks that were there in the last several weeks, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did the Michigan State Police ever ask the Michigan Liberty Militia to leave? We don't want you. You're causing problems. Anything like that ever happen?
No. I talked to them several times while I was upstairs. I was up on the 3rd floor.
And we'll talk about that in just a moment. So police agencies were present.
Yes, sir.
A protest was going on.
Yes.
And the protest again was what about?
It was the COVID mandates and the lockdowns.
Okay. And we saw some video of folks yelling and screaming. And was that a fair and accurate description of how it appeared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever scream and yell in any of those videos that we saw?
I'm sure I hooted and hollered, but
Okay.
I never yelled at anybody.
Did you ever go toe-to-toe, face-to-face with any of the Michigan State Police or the Capitol Police officers?
No.
In fact, what did you have a rapport with the police on 4/30 at this Capitol protest?
Yeah, most of the Capitol Police, they knew who we were. Well,
Okay.
again, we've been at the Capitol dozens of times.
Okay. Where were you at the Capitol? Were you on one floor? Did you move about? Tell the jury where your presence was with Michigan Liberty Militia then.
When we got there, Michigan Liberty Militia started off at the stage. I actually went inside. I had a few other different militia groups that were with us that day. I actually went inside the Senate chambers is where I started. I was listening to the senators talk. They had COVID restrictions there, so there was only allowed 10 people inside the building. So we would, we came and went. And then I spent, like I said, most of the day I was up on that third floor.
We have heard testimony that the Michigan Liberty Militia took a tactical position on an upper floor. Did you take a tactical position on the upper floor at the Capitol?
No, sir.
Who else was up there besides Michigan Liberty Militia, or were you up there by yourselves?
No, there was media up there. There was police up there. There was a couple other militias that we stood above the whole. We watched the whole protest.
So in reference to this tactical position that has been testified to by the prosecution witnesses, did any of the police come up to you and say, you know something, guys, you can't be up here. You got to leave. You got to go.
Can we approach from here?
What time did you leave the Capitol?
I think everything left around 4.
Okay.
Not exactly sure.
Were politicians there as well at the Capitol?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recall whom may have been there?
I know Mike Shirkey, Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey was there, but there was a lot of politicians that were present.
Okay. And so you remained, you didn't leave at any point in time?
Leave the Capitol?
Yeah.
No, I may have went back outside, but I definitely came back in. But.
Okay. Were you involved in any outbursts or violent uprising or anything at the Capitol?
No, not violence. There was no violence there that day at that Capitol.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the Capitol after 4:30?
Yes, I did.
When?
It was a couple weeks later, so it would have been around the 15th.
What was the purpose of going back to the Capitol around the 15th? I think of May, if the
Yeah, it should have been around May 15th, I think.
why did you go back?
I was actually invited there by Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey. Myself, my brother, and 2 other heads of other to the Capitol and sat down with Mike Shirkey.
Before you do that, what were the topics of? Did you get an invite or did the militia get an invite?
The militia's got an invite, and he asked for a few representatives to show up. So
Okay.
I went to talk to him.
Was it a good meeting? Was it a bad meeting? How would you describe the meeting in and of itself?
It went pretty well. We talked about the issues that the people actually had. It was basically just to readdress the grievance. We talked. He wanted us to.
I think we'll check as to what anybody else wanted.
Sure.
And I'd ask for instruction to the witness that he can't quote other individuals.
So, Mr. Null, I understand, sir, you're not an attorney and as familiar as we all are. As you heard me instruct a couple of the witnesses, there's always I think a desire for us when we're answering a question to one to provide really all of the information or explanation. And sometimes that could include a conversation you had with somebody else. But obviously we're restricted by the rules of evidence and that prohibits hearsay statements. I'll use Senator Shirkey as an example. Anything that he told you, for example, would not be admissible, so you wouldn't be able to reference that. Does that all make sense to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Nunzio, go right ahead.
Thank you. So let me draw your attention, if I can, to FTXs. What's an FTX?
Field train exercise.
Okay. Are they something separate from militias or something in conjunction with militias? How are they related to militias?
I don't know if it's common practice in the militias, but,
Okay.
yeah.
When did you start doing FTXs?
We started around in 2015-ish, but the more we got to know other militias, they would invite you to train with them.
Okay. And how many FTXs do you think you've participated in between 2015 and 2020?
30, 40, maybe more.
Okay. And generally, who participates in some of these FTXs? Can you tell the jury who goes to these things?
Depends on the group that invites you, but it's, it could be law enforcement, it could be ex-military, it could be active military, militia members, just the public itself. Most of them are an open event that anybody can join if they want to learn weapons or survival, medical. It's
Okay.
pretty much open to the public for most of these.
So you've done FTXs with military, ex-military,
Yes, it's pretty common in other militias that have.
and law enforcement as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do regular citizens show up to these folks, these FTXs as well?
Oh, yes. Yeah, like you said, most FTXs is like open to the public if they want to
Okay.
learn.
What's the purpose of an FTX?
Fitness, survival skills, weapons handling, weapons safety.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever directed or controlled or instructed at an FTX before?
No, sir.
Okay. You said you meet with, or other militias have joined these FTXs?
Oh, yes.
And what's the purpose of other militias going to FTXs in relation to the Michigan Liberty Militia?
It's, you're bonding, you're networking, you're getting to know each other.
Okay. Do they go through and train at these FTXs as well?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you learn different tactics from other militias sometimes?
Yeah, it depends on who's, involved. A lot of the other militias will have like a military veteran or a law enforcement of some kind that are actually experienced in something, and they instruct you.
Okay. Let me draw your attention moving along here. Well, let me ask you this. Hold on a second. Let me draw your attention to June 6th of 2020. It's been referred to as a Founding Fathers meeting. Do you recall that?
I recall it, yes.
Where was that held?
That was held in Dublin, Ohio.
Did you go to this meeting?
Yes, I did.
Did you go by yourself? Did Mike Null go with you?
No, I went by myself.
Okay. How did you know about this meeting? Did you just appear or how did you get there?
No, I was invited.
By whom?
Michael McDonald.
Who is Mike McDonald?
He was he was a guy that I knew on Facebook.
Okay. And did he belong to any particular group or militia?
I don't know if he actually belonged to a militia, but we knew him from it was like a North American Patriots group.
Okay. What was the purpose of the Dublin meeting?
To my knowledge, it was networking.
Okay. And why do you believe it was for the purpose of networking?
Well, that was part of our text messages. Michael McDonald said they were networking.
Okay. Could we have exhibit 34, please? The lower right-hand blue bubble, the lower left-hand blue bubble. Can you read that from where you're at?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Would you like me to read it, sir?
please.
Time to meet like our founders did, bro. No devices in person. Talking and Facebook can't keep going. We have to phase off it and put our network to use.
If we could have page 3 of that exhibit, I'm sorry. Is that page 3?
No, yeah.
Okay.
That's page 3.
Is that 3? Okay. I can't remember which one. Upper left. If we could zoom in on the upper left one. I'm sorry, upper right. It's Monday morning. Okay. So go ahead if you don't mind reading that.
That was Michael McDonald. He said, yup, I got you, brother, and thank you for wanting to be a part, bro. You know what's coming and what is needed. We have no other choice than to make our networks we made from Facebook solid in real life. We are all we have, bro, 3%.
Okay. Thank you for that. So when you talk about networking going to Dublin, does that accurately reflect why you went there?
Yes. We networked on Facebook.
Could you have the lights, please?
Facebook deleted most of everybody's accounts on there. We talked a lot on Facebook in different groups, and that was the only way we were actually communicating. But there was a point in 2020 where being a conservative or a libertarian militia ties, they literally deleted your Facebook, and it got bad enough to where I don't know how many accounts I had. I could not actually use my real name on there. That's why my name on Facebook was Ragnar Bill Null. Because if I put Bill Null in there, they would delete the Facebook.
Okay. So how many times did you have to recreate or choose like a different name for Facebook?
I don't know exactly the number, but like I said, I actually had to I had to put something in front of my name, otherwise I couldn't actually have Facebook.
Okay. So you go to the Dublin meeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many people are there?
I'm gonna say 20.
Okay. Where was the meeting held?
It was in a conference room in a hotel.
Okay. And did you go into the conference room at the hotel?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury who was leading the meeting?
Yeah, Steve Robeson was leading the meeting. Jenny Plunk was like the secretary. She took notes and handed out paper.
So Steve Roberson is someone now we've learned is an FBI informant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling the jury he's the one who's leading the...
Absolutely.
Okay. And Jenny P., I think we've used her name multiple times as Jenny Plunk. I tried. She was at the meeting as well.
Yes, sir.
And we have learned that she too was an FBI informant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say that Steve Roberson was leading the meeting, what do you mean? Why are you saying he was leading the meeting?
As soon as we got in the room, Steve took control. He actually pulled his weapon out, dropped the mag, emptied the chamber, asked the rest of us to do the same so that there was no live weapons in the room. He asked somebody to lead a prayer. I can't remember what it was over the meeting.
Okay.
And then he gave the floor over to Jeremy Dieter for a while.
Okay. Did he identify himself with any militias or leadership position or anything?
Yeah, he was the commander of the Wisconsin 3% Patriots.
Did he announce that at this meeting?
Yes, it was known when I got there that who he
Okay.
was.
Okay, he announced that he was the leader of what again?
The Wisconsin 3% Patriot Militia.
Okay. Well, did other people other than you recognize Steve Robeson as a leader?
Oh,
The
yeah.
objection is to what other people recognize.
Okay.
That was his name.
Was Barry Croft at this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But in terms of who did who did a lot of the speaking in the beginning, was that Steve Robeson?
Steve started the meeting, yes, he
The objection
Brought
to
it
the meeting
was-
too, Judge.
I'll withdraw.
So we sustain the drill for her.
Prior to this meeting, had you met with any of the people at this meeting?
I had met Adam Fox for a brief minute.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Prior to June 6th of 2020, when did you meet Adam Fox?
I think the date was like 5/31. I was asked by Phil Robinson to help with protecting a business in downtown Lansing.
Okay. And how long did you spend with Adam Fox?
I probably spent about 10 minutes with the man.
Okay.
We showed up there. There were half the people there I didn't know. I shook hands and I went upstairs to the second floor. The bottom floor was like, it was a storefront or a business, and the upper floor was actually a residence.
Did Adam Fox, during that meeting on what you believed to be 5/31, was it ever discussed about you joining some plan to kidnap and kill the governor of the state of Michigan?
Objection calls for hearsay.
The topic. It's been asked, Judge.
It's sustained because it's a leading question.
Were any topics discussed regarding the governor?
No, sir.
Did you bring up the governor?
No, I literally went upstairs and that's where I actually took a nap until they woke me up at 4.
Who else did you know at this meeting that you knew, at the June 6th meeting that you knew prior?
Brian Hennon, I was pretty familiar with him.
How did you know Brian Hennon?
I talked with him a lot on Facebook. He used to be a part of the West Ohio Minutemen.
Okay. Had you been communicating with him prior to this meeting on June 6th in Dublin?
Yes.
Okay. How long was the Dublin meeting for? Lengthwise,
Yeah,
time-wise.
the actual meeting, I want to say it's just a couple hours.
Okay. Do you recall any plans or discussions regarding the harming politicians or police officers?
I heard some rants, but I don't recall anything specific. I mean,
Who was ranting?
well, I know Barry was.
Okay,
Yeah, Barry was pretty upset in that meeting.
okay. Tell us about this. How many people are at this meeting, roughly?
Like I said, I think about 20.
20? Okay. Are you standing around? Are you sitting at a conference table? What's the general layout of the folks at this meeting?
There's a few people at a conference table, and then the rest of us are in the back wall, just like off to the side of the conference table.
Okay. And at any point in time, did you stand up and agree with Barry Croft regarding what he was saying?
I said I agreed with everybody there, but I wasn't. It was a blanket statement.
Okay. Were you concentrating fully at the meeting, or what were you doing during this meeting?
No, there was conversations going on all over the place.
Okay. Were you talking to anyone in particular, or were you watching the meeting?
No, I was. Brian Hennon was my left. We conversated most of that meeting. You know.
Okay. How would you describe the demeanor of Barry Croft during these rants? Describe his demeanor.
He was upset. I know they smoked a lot of weed before we ever even went into that meeting, and he, like I said, he was going off talking crazy shit.
How do you know he smoked a lot of weed?
Well, I watched him do it.
Okay.
They went upstairs to, I think it was Steve's apartment, and they several of them were smoking weed, and then we went down to the conference room.
Okay. So who did you see smoking weed? Do you smoke weed?
I do not, sir.
Did you smoke weed at the apartment or the room before going to the meeting?
I did not.
Who was at this apartment smoking weed?
I know Steve was there.
Steve.
Robeson.
Okay.
I know that Jeremy Dieter, I think, was there, and Barry Croft, Adam Fox. There was a couple other people that I don't know exactly who they are.
Did you see Adam Fox smoke weed?
Yeah, him and Amanda both.
Amanda.
Keller.
Okay. So we saw an exhibit where you said, I agree with you regarding Barry Crow. What did you mean by that?
Again, there was several people talking. It was a blanket statement. I redirected the comment about communications. We got to be able to communicate.
Okay. Was Mike Null at this meeting?
No, sir.
Okay. So the general atmosphere of the country during this June 6th Dublin meeting in 2020, what was going on?
Well, there was riots in the street. They were burning down cities. They were killing people at these protests. The police in many states were ordered to stand down. Even in Minnesota, they burned a police station down, and there was nothing. They were just allowed to riot and loot and hurt people. Even on June 6th, I'm pretty sure it was Columbus, Ohio. They had a big riot there after that meeting was over.
Okay. So it's tense, right?
Yes, the whole country's tense.
Okay. So when is the meeting over that day in Dublin?
I left around, I want to say 4 or 5.
Okay.
I don't know when everybody else dispersed.
Okay. Drawing your attention to June 18th. Were you ever invited to the Capitol by Adam Fox to meet with the Wolverine Watchman on June 18th?
No, sir.
Did you ever go to a meeting with Adam Fox and the Wolverine Watchman on June 18th?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever learn anything after this meeting that presumptively occurred on June 18th about what they said and what if any plans they had?
I have no idea what any of them have ever discussed.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, did you even know who the Wolverine Watchmen were?
No, I still don't know.
Okay.
Wolverine Watchman.
And prior to June 18th, did you ever know or meet up with the Wolverine Watchmen or who they were?
No.
Okay. Drawing your attention to June 20th of 2020. Were you invited to a VAC chat meeting in Grand Rapids to meet with Adam Fox and the Wolverine Watchman?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go to a meeting at the VAC shack on June 20th?
No, I've never been to the vac shack.
Okay. Now, did you hear what was ever discussed or at this meeting that took place on 6/20 of 2020?
No.
Okay. So nobody ever informed you of anything, what the plans were or what the groups were doing or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Drawing your attention to June 28th of 2020. Were you invited to do an attack planning in an FTX with the Wolverine Watchman?
No, sir. I've never been around the Wolverine Watchmen.
Did you ever attend an attack planning FTX on June 28th of 2020 with the Wolverine Watchman?
No, sir.
Okay. At this point in time, did you know what this attack planning existed or learn anything about it?
No, I have no clue.
Okay. On June 30th, did you have a meeting with Adam Fox on June 30th of 2020?
No.
Okay. How do you know you didn't have a meeting with Adam Fox on June 30th?
Well, I've never had a one-on-one with Adam Fox in a meeting. I know on June 30th, after looking up where I was actually at a pistol
Objection, Your
competition.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's close to 10 o'clock. Why don't we just take a quick break? That way we can use the rest of the need to. All rise for the break. Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect that we are in the courtroom. We've just been sitting live for the last 3 weeks, so I'm going to stand. Everyone else can feel free to have a seat. Mr. Walton, open the record.
Yeah, he's getting an alibi.
Mr. Molitor.
Alibi to what?
For the June 30th meeting.
He said he didn't have a meeting. I asked him where he was.
And he was getting ready to describe how he knows he wasn't at that event.
Right.
Okay. Well, I think then established that he was not at the meeting, and so I don't know where he was being all that important. How is it relevant to where he was?
Prosecutor's going to argue in closing. He met with Adam Fox. We're saying that he knows where he was. Alibi to what, Judge? There was-
Meeting at the meeting, because I'm guessing what Mr. Ralston's going to say.
I'm sorry?
I'm guessing Mr. Ralston's response is it would be an alibi to being at the meeting on June 30th.
All correct.
And what's the harm in him explaining where he was? They're going to argue in closing. He was at this meeting.
I understand.
They have no proof he was at the meeting, and now he's testifying where he was that day.
So, Mr. Ralston, let me go to you.
What question does the court have?
What harm can Mr. Ralston see in that question?
It violates alibi. He hasn't filed an alibi notice.
That was going to be my response, but I didn't want to say it first. There are kind of elements that would be required as the filing such information, which is why I'm wondering if it's relevant or absolutely.
There's no proof what took place at this meeting or a meeting occurred. So in order for the defense to file an alibi, it would have to be established that this meeting took place to further the plans to kidnap the governor and harm law enforcement. There's been nothing established. So alibi is a red herring for purposes of not allowing my client to testify. There is no evidence what took place at this meeting for purposes of furthering the plans. And therefore, he's just offering explanation where he was that day, and there was no meeting, Judge. So it doesn't violate the notice of alibi.
Mr. Ralston?
It doesn't make any sense, Judge. And we have established through evidence that there was a meeting between them through the co-conspirator statement of Adam Fox.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
I'm sorry, we have established that there was a meeting between them through the co-conspirator statement of Adam Fox.
Are these the text messages that were exchanged? I forget what exactly.
Between
So
Adam
if I had a
Fox,
meeting with MLM or whatever it was that we see.
it's actually between Adam Fox and Dan, CHS Dan. How'd the meeting go? Good to know brothers are on board.
Okay, let's do this. I want to make sure that we do give everyone a break. So if you could bring the exhibits that are referenced relative to the meeting that we're talking about, let's go in chamber so that I can review those, so that we're all on the same basis of what we're talking about now.
Sure. Thank you, Aaron.
Yep. That's right.
Take a seat. Okay, Mr. Null, take a seat, Your Honor. Go ahead, Billy.
Good work on Mr. Michael.
That's perfect. I figured by the time I say, let's get everybody back, it takes another 5 minutes.
I've been working with the first time ever.
Oh,
I'm not communicating with her, you know, as a professional singer. She said our court calendar's the same. Yeah. Isn't that normal? Down, how you have to look, but not I have some ideas for double this, then we should get together. I said, I have some ideas that you can try to make things better, we should get together with everybody. Yeah. Just bring some- Something like that.
Right back.
everybody else set? Great. I'll ask the court to hear back. Everyone can have a seat, just so that I can put the determination on the record. So let's go back on the record. Did have a chance to talk to counsel in chambers, the issue relative to that you can have a seat. There's an objection for that I noticed should have been the question dealt with, whether or not you all attended a meeting. The number of the exhibit escapes me, but it was a conversation, I believe, between Mr. Fox and CHS Dan, where Mr. Fox indicated that the end of June, beginning of July, was it June 30th that night? Because it was July 1st was the next message, right? Correct. Indicated or implied at least that there had been a meeting, and Mr. Null had testified that he was not there, that he didn't go to the meeting. The court's understanding is his answer to the question of where he was, is that he would have been at a shooting competition. Is that correct, Mr. Null?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and the court did determine that pursuant to 768.20, that is a notice that should have been provided to the prosecution. And I believe there may be reference in the future exhibit similarly. And so I would make the same ruling there just so that Mr. Nunzio was aware. And certainly whether or not he attended the meeting is perfectly appropriate to ask, but where he was would be off limits based on the ruling, which I know that obviously Mr. Nunzio objects to, and so that is clear for the record and reserved. Anything else for anybody? Or we're going to jury back?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzio.
No, thank you.
Mr. Seifel?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Barnes?
Just need to talk to Mr. Nunzio for a second. I can do that. Please, at my seat. I can in 1 second.
Right now.
Yeah.
You can bring the direction. Thank you, Your Honor. We're all set.
You understand the question on this or relative to what you can and cannot discuss?
Yes, I think so.
All right. Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, we're in the direct testimony of Mr. Null. There was no objection to you heard the questions before that. That Mr. Null indicated and testified that he was not at a meeting at the end of June. I think it was June 30th relative to that. There was a follow-up question. I did sustain the objection, so that follow-up question will be disregarded by the jury. Mr. Nunzio, can you go back to you?
So with respect to this 6:30 meeting, are you certain you weren't at this meeting?
I was not at a meeting.
Okay. And that being with Adam Fox.
Yes, sir.
A personal one-on-one meeting?
I was never at a personal one-on-one meeting with Adam Fox.
Fair enough. Let me draw your attention to July 3rd of 2020, 7/3 of 2020. Were you invited to a vac shack, that being in Grand Rapids, a vac shack meeting with UC Mark, that would be FBI agent Mark and Adam Fox?
No,
Okay. A meeting with federal agent Mark and Adam Fox on 7/3.
no, I was not there.
Okay. Did you ever learn of the meeting either during or after July 3rd of 2020?
No,
Let me draw your attention to July 7th of 2020. Were you invited to a meeting with the Wolverine Watchman at Paul Bellar's house?
no, sir.
Did you ever attend a meeting on 7/7 of 2020 at Paul Bellar's house?
No, sir.
Did you ever learn or come to know what was ever discussed at Paul Bellar's house with the Wolverine Watchman on 7/7 of 2020?
No, sir. I don't
Okay.
know who Paul Bellard was.
Okay. We draw your attention to July 11th of 2020.
Sir.
We've been talking in the past several weeks about this Cambria FTX in Wisconsin. Are you familiar with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How were you invited to FTX in Wisconsin?
Steve Robertson sent me an event link from Facebook.
Okay. And Steve Roberson, as we have identified, is a federal informant for the FBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet or first know about undercover FBI informant Steve Roberson
I met him in Dublin.
in Dublin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you said that you believe that he ran that meeting in Dublin, correct?
I know he ran that meeting, sir.
Okay. So how is it that a short time later you end up on an invite in another state in FTX?
Well, we were networking. He ran a bigger militia. He stated that he helped law enforcement stop sex trafficking.
Okay.
He referenced that multiple times.
Did you take him as a serious and credible person?
I thought he was.
Did he engage in any of these rants?
Steve, too much crazy shit in front of me.
Okay. So the Cambria FTX, how many people were there?
50 plus people.
Okay. All adults or militia members only?
No, it was men, women, and children.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a lot of people there.
Okay. You saw the picture that was taken at Cambria, correct?
Yes, sir.
Kind of a fair representation of the folks that were at the Cambria FTX?
I wouldn't say that was all the people, no.
Okay.
The big photo, the group photo.
That's correct.
Yeah, there was a lot more people there than that.
Okay. And why and how are you not working with out-of-state militias?
It's not uncommon for our group.
Okay. Was Facebook still a problem at this point in time?
Yeah, again, your Facebook pages are deleted or they're shutting militia groups down. They're shutting patriot pages down.
Okay. Did you go to Cambria, Wisconsin?
Yes, I did.
And you said you networked with Steve Roberson based on what he told you about working with law enforcement, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
was trying to get to know Steve, yeah.
How long were you at Cambria for?
5 hours. I think that's about right. 5 hours.
When do you recall getting to the Cambria, Wisconsin FTX on the 11th?
We got there around 11:30.
Who's we?
My brother and my son.
Did that be Mike Null?
Yes, sir.
And the name of your son who went with you?
William Null.
Okay. And when you got there, who was running the FTX?
We got there, Steve was instructing them on a drill.
This is the same Steve Robertson,
Yes, sir.
and you said he was doing what?
He was instructing them on a drill that the training was already
Judge,
going on.
I'd raised the same objection I did earlier and asked you to re-instruct the witness about hearsay.
Said instructing, John.
Well, instructing and speaking to are the same. So, again, the jury will sustain the objection, and the jury will disregard the statements relative to other people. And again, Mr. Null, I understand that there may be a desire to want to include statements from other individuals, but we can't answer. Okay?
Well, instead of using the words, what was Steve Robertson doing?
Same objection, Judge.
That's not hearsay.
Okay, could I see the attorneys, please? Everybody back, I think if you said, I'll sustain the objection relative to the last question. Mr. Militia. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So what did you observe Steve Robertson doing at the FTX when you got there?
Relevancy, Judge.
Mr. Militia.
Prosecution brought up Cambria FTX, Your Honor. We're just addressing it. Why he was there, who was doing what people were doing?
I'll overrule the objection as to that question. What people were there and what they were doing is certainly appropriate. So
Okay.
go right ahead.
So what was Steve Robertson doing? Without saying what he was saying, what was he doing? How would you describe it?
When I first got there, the FTX was already going on. They stopped the fire because when you're coming down the driveway, they stopped the shooting drill. We pulled our car over. I got out. I went and talked to Steve. He told me.
No, not what he said.
Can't say what he said, sir.
Okay,
You can say what he was doing in terms of where he was.
okay. Well, he was,
Let me ask you this. Did you participate in drills at the Cambria FTX?
yes, I did.
Okay. Who participated in the drills at the FTX in Cambria?
Several people.
Can you name them, please?
Yes, Steve participated in the drills.
Okay.
I participated in it. My son participated in it. There was several people participated in it.
Okay. Was there any particular order who was participating in the drills? In other words, did one group go first, then a second group, a third group? Did it kind of take place like that?
No, it was just kind of like a single file line. Everybody was just kind of thrown in a group, and then anybody that was going to participate, they would just go up there, and you basically ended up with the partner you got.
Who was in the beginning of the line doing these drills?
Well, when I got, like I said, the drills were already going on.
Okay.
That particular drill was already going on.
Okay. What kind of drills were going on, or what kind of drills were that at the
This
Cambria
was like,
FTX?
it was a live fire drill. You were retreating, I guess, is the best way to say it. You were shooting and moving backwards away from
Okay.
it.
And who again was participating in these drills?
Everybody,
Can you name some folks?
well, like I said, Steve was participating in them. I know Adam was, I participated in it, but there was several people there that were.
Okay. Any of the FBI informants participating in any of these drills?
No, like I said, Steve was for sure.
Okay.
I didn't know now, I know more was there, but I didn't know who they were at the time.
Okay. So you get there, how many drills do you participate before you take a break, or how does that work out?
That drill was started, I ran, or I did that one time, and then they said it was lunchtime, and they were taking a break for a minute.
Okay. And what particular drills did you yourself participate in?
Well, I did the one drill, and I sat and listened to the medical.
So you did medical, you did, what's the other one?
It was a medical station. They did like survival skills, different stuff like that.
Okay. And did you ultimately go to a shoot house?
I did not participate in the shoot house.
Why didn't you participate in the shoot house in Cambria?
It looked unsafe to me, the way it was ran.
Unsafe meaning what?
Well, my son was wanting to do it and stuff. I was afraid somebody was going to get shot in it.
Okay, so it was a live fire.
It was a live fire, yes.
Okay. Did your brother participate, Mike Null, in the live fire shoot house?
No.
Okay. And do you know why he didn't participate?
He had a broken toe. He did not do any drills that day.
Okay. Did you hear any talk about plans about the governor thing?
No, I was not told of any plans.
Okay. At Cambria, did you hear anything about the mock-up of the governor's residence?
Objection is to hearsay, Judge. He keeps asking hearsay questions.
It's been brought up. He's been, sorry.
Well, to answer the question as to whether you heard generally what the topic was, so I think that's been covered, but the danger is if we go far beyond that, it's going to be specific statements that I don't see how you could answer without it being hearsay. But the general topic is not hearsay, which was covered already, so I'll sustain the objection.
Were you given any physical plans of the governor's Birch Lake residence?
No.
Home plans,
No.
schematics,
No.
maps?
No.
Did you ultimately leave the FTX at Cambria?
Yeah, after Steve took the first group of people through the shoot house.
Okay.
I decided we were leaving.
Who's we?
My brother and I and my son. I decided we were not going to participate in that, and I told them. I told Steve, and I told the people that we were leaving.
Okay. What happens before you leave?
Steve wanted to get a group photo.
Do you know who took the group photo?
Jenny Plum took the group photo.
And that happened right before you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to the Cambria FTX on the following day?
No, we left Cambria and we went back north to Menominee.
Why'd you go back north to Menominee?
Because my wife and my other son was in Menominee. We were actually on vacation. My brother's wife and his daughter were in Menominee.
We heard that there was a meeting at Dino's Diner on the previous night, the night that you left. Were you ever invited to Dino's Diner on the first night of the Cambria FTX?
No.
Did you ever learn what was ever discussed at this Dino's Diner?
No, sir.
Drawing your attention to July 18th, People's Ohio. Were you ever invited to the People's Ohio meeting with Barry Croft and Adam Fox?
I was invited.
Did you go?
No.
who invited you to the People's Ohio?
Brian Hennon.
Hold on. Who invited you to the People's Ohio meeting?
Brian Hennon asked me if I would go.
Okay, and you said no?
No, I did not go.
Did you ever end up going despite saying no?
No, I did not.
Did you ever learn of what occurred at the July 18th People's Ohio meeting?
No, I don't know what they discussed down there.
On July 27th, were you invited to Adam Fox's meeting with the Wolverine Watchmen?
No,
Did you go and meet with Adam Fox and the Wolverine Watchmen on July 27th of 2020?
no,
At this point, we've talked about the Wolverine Watchmen. At this point in July of 2020, July 27th of 2020, do you know who the Wolverine Watchmen are?
I don't know who the Wolverine Watchmen are.
Okay. On this 7/27/2020 meeting, did you ever learn what was discussed at the meeting with Adam Fox and the Wolverine Watchmen?
No,
Drawing your attention to July 29th, 7/29 of 2020. I would direct your attention, we've seen some information about the FAFO chat. Did you see some evidence being introduced about the FAFO chat?
I've seen it here in court, yes.
Okay, were you aware that there was a FAFO chat started on 7/29 on Wire?
But I don't know what that is, no.
It's been referred to as the operators chat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever part of an operators chat that was started on 7/29?
I was never part of any wire chat.
Okay. Were you ever added to the FAFO chat after or on 7/29?
No, sir.
Were you ever added to the FAFO chat on, I think it's Threema?
No, I don't know what that is either, sir.
Okay. Then to your knowledge, you know nothing about the FAFO chat on Threema?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. Are you an operator on any of those chats?
No, sir.
Drawing your attention to August 1st of 2020, 8/1/2020. The fixed roundtable meeting in Bellevue. Were you invited to the Sean Fixed Roundtable with Adam Fox on 8/1 of 2020?
No,
Did you ever go and meet Sean Fix and Adam Fox on 8/1 of 2020?
no, sir.
Did you ever learn of what was discussed or planned at the 8/1/2020 meeting?
No, I don't know what they talked about.
On August 9th of 2020, did you get invited to a Wolverine Watchman FTX in Munich?
No,
Did you go to an FTX in Munich on 8/9?
no, I've never been to Munich.
Did you ever learn what the Wolverine Watchman did in Munich on 8/9 or talked about?
No, sir.
Drawing your attention to August 10th of 2020, you were talking with Adam Fox about, I think, meeting up with him, right?
I recall seeing text messages about it.
Did you ever meet up or talk to Adam Fox in response to an 8/10/2020 request to communicate?
As I recall, he had texted me when it started. I was up north. We had texted later. There was a phone call between us, and I told him we couldn't meet. He had done, and that's when he had told me about a Luther FTX.
So as of 8/10 of 2020, Do you have any personal one-on-one meetings with Adam Fox and the governor's plan?
No, I've never had a one-on-one meeting with Adam Fox.
Okay. Now, drawing your attention to August 29th of 2020. It's been referred to as the daytime surveillance in this case.
Yeah.
Were you ever invited? There was an initial, we've seen evidence that there was an initial invite for a surveillance. Were you ever invited for the initial surveillance?
No, sir.
Okay. And then there was the daytime surveillance that took place on 8/29. Were you ever invited for the daytime surveillance on 8/29?
No, I never knew anything about a surveillance.
You didn't know anything about the surveillance?
No.
Okay. Around that period of time, did anybody communicate with you regarding the 8/29 surveillance around that period of time?
No.
Okay. So you weren't invited to the initial surveillance or the 8/29 surveillance, if I understand you
No,
correctly?
sir, I was not.
Okay. Let's talk about the Luther FTX.
Sir.
Drawing your attention to September 12th and September 13th. Does it sound familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to this Luther FTX, have you heard anything about a plan to kidnap the governor?
No, sir.
Well, a serious plan.
Well, I was,
Okay.
yeah,
What about harming law enforcement?
no.
Were you ever invited to join in the plan to kidnap the governor or harm law enforcement prior?
He keeps asking questions that call for hearsay.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
Prior to 9/12 of 2020, are you part of a plan to kidnap the governor or harm law enforcement?
No.
You go to the Luther FTX?
Yes, sir.
Who do you go to the Luther FTX with?
My brother, Mike, and I had 2 kids with me.
Okay, and those 2 kids being?
My son, William, and a friend of mine's kid, Toby.
Okay. Who invited you to the Luther FTX?
Adam Fox invited me.
Okay. How is that invitation done?
The initial one was over Facebook. It was an open invite to every militia here in Michigan.
Okay. How did you get to I'm sorry, strike that. So the invite was via Facebook or text message? I'm not sure which one.
The original one was over Facebook. It was an open invite to like every militia in Michigan.
Did you have a personal conversation with Adam Fox regarding this invite to Luther?
Well, we had talked. That's where I don't remember what happened, but I know that we had texted about it, and that's when we were just going to that.
Okay. Is there anything in the text message regarding the plan on the governor
No, sir.
or harming law enforcement?
No, sir.
Did you go to the Luther FTX?
Yes.
What did you bring with you for purposes of this FTX?
I brought my gear, my rifle and shotgun and pistol, if I remember correctly.
To your recollection, what did Mike Null bring?
He would have brought similar gear. We brought tents, just regular gear.
And the 2 others that you came with, your son and a friend of your son's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did they bring equipment and gear too?
Yeah, I brought my son's stuff with us, and Toby had some stuff.
Okay. Do you enjoy going to FTXs?
I actually enjoyed it a lot. Yes.
Okay. And why did you go? to the Luther FTX?
It's just another FTX to me.
Okay. Were you going to meet other militia members there?
Yeah, I mean, you meet new people all the time there, yeah.
Was it part of this network that you talked about earlier?
Yeah, we were getting to know people.
Okay. How old was your son at the time when he went to this Luther FTX?
My son was 16.
Okay. And his friend?
I believe Toby was 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you go straight to the FTX on property, or did you go somewhere before the FTX?
No, I never got the actual address to the FTX. We met at Walmart in Cadillac.
Okay. And what time did you get to the Walmart in Cadillac?
Around 10:30.
Okay. And did you go directly to Luther from that property? Excuse me. Did you go directly to Luther from the Walmart in Cadillac?
No, we were going to get breakfast and some coffee in the morning, and then that didn't work out, and we went to I think it was a tobacco shop, and then we were told to follow somebody back to camp.
Okay. Who did you meet up with at the Walmart in Cadillac?
It was Adam Fox, CHS Dan. There was a few other people that had showed up there.
Let me stop you there. Did you get out of your car? Did you take separate vehicles to go to the restaurant and then to the Luther FTX?
We drove our vehicle to go to the FTX.
Okay. So when you went to this restaurant, did your son and his friend join you at the table?
We were kicked out due to not having masks.
Oh, okay. So what time do you ultimately end up at the Luther FTX property?
It had been around 11:30.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to the Luther FTX?
Well, when we got there, there was a bunch of people I didn't know. We talked for a few minutes, and then we drove up past the camper up to a hill ways, and we set up camp.
Did you know where the property was, or did you have to follow another car? How did you know how to get to this property?
Well, we ended up we followed an individual back to the camp. I found out later his name's Ty Garvin.
Okay. Did you know who Ty Garvin was before the 9/12 Luther FTX?
No, up until after I was arrested, I still didn't know the man's name.
Okay. So what did you do when you got to the Luther FTX?
Again, we got there. We had talked to the few people that were there. They told us where we could go set up our camp. We drove up the hill. It was ways up there. We set up camp. We got our gear out. I think that's when we set up our tents, but it could have been later.
Okay. There'd been some testimony and some pictures, I think, that this was in the woods.
Yes, it was a wooded lot with a
Okay.
sandy driveway running up through it.
Okay. How many people showed up when you showed up, or what was the general number of people at the FTX?
Well, overall, there was between 30 and 40 people there.
Okay. Did you know everybody there?
I knew very few people there.
Okay. And whose car did you go in? Your car, Mike's car? Whose car did you go in?
We drove my car.
Okay. And where did you park at the FTX?
It was off in the woods. It was out past where they had their stations.
Were you free to go, come and go as you please?
Our car was pretty much blocked in by the time everybody got in there and started setting up camp and everything else.
Okay. So when did the FTX actually start? When did things start kind of getting going?
I'm gonna say around noon, 1. Steve called a meeting, and there was a camper, and then there was like a tent or a pavilion structure there. He had called a meeting for the days.
Judge would ask you, struck the witness, hearsay, third time.
It's just used in reference to what they were doing and how things were progressing, Judge.
Yeah.
I'll move on.
It's still hearsay. I don't think the court needs to do another instruction if it happens again, we'll do that.
Sure.
Go.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Were you ever given a written itinerary of the events that were to take place that weekend?
No, we were never given anything like that.
So what were there stations? You talked about stations at FTXs before. Were there stations at this particular FTX?
Yes, there was weapons manipulation station, medical tent again. There was and then there was the shoot house.
Okay. What stations, if at any, did you do on Saturday, September 12th?
We did weapons. We did all three, sir.
Okay. Now, you had described about 30 to 40 people were at this FTX, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did everybody participate in stations, to your knowledge?
Yeah, I think everybody did. Yeah.
Okay. Well, did you see a lot of people attend the stations and participate?
The people that were there was broke up in thirds, and they were tasked to go to separate stations.
Okay. Okay. So not everybody was at one station at a time, I think I'm hearing.
No, it was broke up into threes, and they
Okay.
ran 3 different stations at a time.
Do you recall what stations you were with? Who the people were with in your stations?
It was myself, my brother Mike, and both the boys. I don't remember the other few people that were there.
Okay. Were you networking by this point in time, or did you just not talk to anybody?
As far as
Well, what's the general flavor of the FTX?
at this point in time doing the stations,
Doing
or,
this, let's start with the beginning stations. What station happened first?
weapons, our group did weapons manipulation.
Okay, and what does that involve, weapons manipulation?
Well, as soon as we got there, it was, you had to do safety first.
What do you mean safety first? Describe, what do you mean by safety?
It's before we started manipulating weapons or anything, we had to take all the ammo off our person, make sure every magazine was empty, there was no ammo, the gun was clear. They didn't want an accidental discharge or anything like that while you're doing this drill.
Are safety procedures similar at other FTXs as this one?
Yeah, it's pretty common, yeah.
Okay. How long do you think that station lasted?
Probably an hour, yeah.
Okay. Are you talking to anybody about any plan to kidnap the governor or to hurt law enforcement?
No,
Mike Null?
no.
Okay.
He's asking for hearsay, Judge.
I'm sorry about that.
It will be sustained. I suppose it's an asked and answered. His statements would be admissible for this limited time, but the jury will disregard the statement relative to Mike Null.
Sorry about that, John.
Absolutely is. Mr. Null.
When do you start stations? At what time during the day?
Yeah, it's got to be between 1 and 2, somewhere around in there.
Okay. And again, what did you believe the Luther FTX was all about?
Just an FTX.
Okay. Had you ever brought your kids before to an FTX?
Yeah, we've done several things like that. We've done competitions, FTXs, hiking. I mean, that's the standard thing with
Okay.
my family.
At your first station, did you ever receive diagrams, maps, schematics of the governor's residence?
No.
At this point in time, did you know where the governor lived on 9/12 of?
No, I have no idea where she lives.
Did anyone ever show you photographs of her house on
No.
9/12?
No,
What about videos, surveillance videos on 9/12?
no.
So there's weapons manipulation. What are the other two that you described?
The medical station and the shoot house.
Okay. Let's talk about the medical station. What do you generally do in the medical station?
Survival skills, and just like standard medical stuff, I guess.
Okay.
Describe it.
To your recollection, who was at the medical station? Do you recall who was there, the names of the folks?
I know now it's Daniel Harris. He was running the training.
Okay, I'm just asking the names of the individuals.
It was myself, Mike, Daniel Harris, and my two kids, but I don't remember the rest of the group. I
Okay.
didn't know.
Were there other people there that you didn't know at the medical training?
Yes.
About how many?
There was another 4 or 5 people there.
And was this medical training similar to other medical trainings you received at other FTXs?
Yeah, it was pretty similar. Yeah.
Okay. Was you said there was a shoot house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you explain about the shoot house? When was that during the day?
I want to say it was around 5 o'clock. I
Okay.
think is when our group went into it.
What group were you in?
I think we were the third group to go into that.
Okay. So if you were to describe the group that was there, who would you name? Who would you identify as being at the shoot house?
Well, I know that CHS Dan was there. I know Undercover Red was there. Myself, Mike.
Okay.
And I don't know the rest of the people that were in the group.
Okay. Did they participate in the shoot house?
Yes.
Okay. Were they, I think we used the word kitted up. Did they have armor on and using short guns, long guns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this a dry fire, no live weapons, or was this, ammo? Or was this live fire, live ammunition?
It was dry fire that day, sir. There was no shooting on the property.
How come?
It was actually youth hunt deer season, and they didn't want any weapons being discharged. They didn't know who was going to be in the woods around them.
So nobody would get hurt.
Yeah.
So it was just dry fire on September 12th.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's a Saturday.
At this point in time, are you personally discussing any plans or joining in any plans to kidnap the governor during the shoot house?
No.
Are you shown any diagrams, maps, or schematics of the governor's residence?
No, sir.
What about videos of surveillance at this point in time?
No, sir.
And you think this was I think you testified it was around the 5 o'clock hour?
Yes, it had been right around there when we started the.
Okay. Are you doing okay. So this is just, well, let me ask you this. Have you done shoot houses before?
Not particular shoot houses. I've done stuff like shoot houses, but
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Other FTXs, like 3-gun competitions or other FTXs, they have drills where you're moving around and that, but most of the time they're always built with like snow fence, so you can see the person going through it the whole time.
Okay. So this is like a different setup kind of thing.
It's different. I mean,
Okay.
I guess it ran kind of the same, but I'd never actually done a shoot house before.
Okay. Was there anything in the invitation messages regarding participating in the shoot house before you got to Luther on 9/12, if you recall?
I don't recall anything about that.
Okay. How long did you participate in the shoot house for? Or,
I like I said, I think the station lasted around an hour.
okay. And you identified some federal informants and some FBI agents being around you during the shoot house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say around you, how close were they to you, generally speaking? What was it, 10 feet, 20 feet, 40 feet?
You know, they were right in the middle of the shoot house.
Okay. Were people, not what people were talking about, but were people talking and discussing things?
Oh, well, yeah.
Not,
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, were they talking? I'm not asking what they were talking about.
The question is, were people generally talking?
Were
That's
people
the question.
talking? Yeah.
Okay, you can answer that question.
Were people talking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you hear people talking?
I heard people talking.
Okay. On Saturday of 9/12, what was the last of the FTX events that were to take place that day, to your knowledge? Not what people told you, but what did you believe to be the last of the events on Saturday, 9/12?
The 3 stations, I guess that's how I would answer that.
Okay. And you never received a written document or a written itinerary of what was to happen that day?
No, sir.
Okay. So during the stations, were the 30 to 40 people dispersed, actively involved in these stations, or what?
Well, yeah, the 3 groups were doing different stations all at the same time.
Okay. Let's talk about the stations. How far apart were they from one another?
10 yards, 15 yards.
Okay.
There was the shoot house was here, the medical was down here a little ways from the opening, and then over here in the corner was probably another 10, 15 yards up the hill from that was
Okay.
the weapons manipulation.
Could you hear people talking, you yourself, just hear people talking from the different stations while you were at one station?
You could hear them. I don't know what they were saying.
Okay. Then I just want to go back to the medical training briefly. What do you learn again at the medical training that day?
Survival, how to handle like real life situations, like if you're wounded or if you get in a car accident. Or,
Did you find that beneficial?
yeah, it
What?
worked out for me.
Why so?
Well, a few weeks ago, I got into a car accident and actually tourniqueted my son's arm
Okay. So these were skills that you were able to use.
in a real life situation. Yeah.
Okay. What is this? We heard some discussion, some testimony about an IFAC bag. What's that?
It's a personal first aid kit. You wear it on your person. Then if you're injured, that you always have a medical kit on you.
Okay. So you can treat yourself with the kit, or do you need someone else to treat you?
I suppose you could treat yourself with a kit, but it's designed for somebody else
Okay.
to treat your wounds.
Was that one of the topics of the medical training?
Yes, the The people they're discussing it, they had a military background.
Okay. Can you describe the shoot house at the Luther FTX on?
As far as like what it looks like.
Sure.
When there was just an open hole, it was a tarp structure. The first room you went into was a 10 by 10 area. It had a couple targets there. I don't remember if there was no shoots or shoots. I don't remember the layout of that. Then there was a hallway that went to your right, went down and back. It was kind of like a giant @ sign. I don't know. That's
Okay.
probably the best way I could describe it.
Fair enough. And about how big was it? In
Um,
feet, if you can do that for us.
It's probably a 15 by 20. The first room, like I said, it was like a 10 by 10 area. Then I had like a 3-foot hallway that went down around the back, and they had targets in a few different spots.
Okay. Well, did you practice breaking down doors at the shoot house?
No, sir.
And what I mean by that is, were there any techniques discussed and/or did you yourself learn how to break down a door?
No, there was.
Be it a wood door,
No,
that happened?
no,
What
sir.
about a metal door?
No, sir.
What about like a glass sliding door?
No, there was no discussion about breaking down a door.
Okay. Did you see any battering rams or anything that looked like a battering ram to break down doors?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you yourself practice going through any open doors or not open doors, but doors that had to be opened and go through?
No, there was just an open hole that you entered. I mean, there was no door.
Okay. These were tarps?
Yeah, it was just a tarp structure that they had put up.
Okay. We had heard the term room clearing.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were practicing or what?
I guess, yeah. You could go into a room, but
Okay. Did you volunteer to break down any doors or go through any sliding glass doors or patio doors or anything like that?
no, sir.
At this point in time, are you handed any documents, maps, photos, or videos regarding some Birch Lake?
No.
How many these 3-gun competitions have you been involved in that you had described?
3 guns and FTXs, again, there's got to be 40, 50 different times. I mean, that we shot pistol competitions almost every single Tuesday all
Okay.
summer long in 2020
During COVID?
during COVID. Yes.
Who would be at these gun competitions generally?
At the Berry County Conservation Club, there was deputy sheriffs, law enforcement, military, ex-military, regular people.
Did you ever use a binary trigger gun at any of these competitions?
I've used it at that range, but yeah.
Okay. Were you ever giving a warning or a ticket or any of the officers said that it was an improper weapon?
No, it was completely legal.
Okay. So any part of the shoot house, was that, did that involve any type of gun safety?
Yeah, it was standard. Yeah, you make sure your guns were empty and how to handle them, not to flag people.
Okay. So when you're done your stations, what do you do? Is it dinner time at this point in time or what?
After the stations, yeah, it was dinner time.
Okay. And but let me ask you this. Did you personally participate in any target apprehension drills?
There was nothing like that.
And what I mean by that is, did you ever practice, imprisoning people, gathering people, and then safely retreating to another point at the shoot house?
No, sir.
Okay. Where did you participate in any stations about handcuffing people or targeting handcuffing people
No, sir.
as part of a target apprehension drill?
No. We never did anything like that there.
At some point, did you meet up with Adam Fox later that day or later that evening?
He came and invited me down for a conversation, yes.
Okay. Where was that conversation?
It was down the hill by the camper.
Okay.
It was at, I think it was Ty Garvin's truck.
And was it a camper? Was it a truck? What kind of car did you go to?
The camper was, the camper would have been off to my left and Ty Garvin's truck was right in the middle of the road.
Okay. And who was there? Name the folks that were there when you got there.
It was Ty Garvin, Adam Fox, Brannick Caserta, Undercover Mark, and myself.
Okay. So you brought up Ty Garvin. Did you know or speak to Ty Garvin in length prior to this meeting at the truck?
No, at this
Okay.
point in time, I didn't even know what his real name was.
You brought up Brandon Caserta's name.
Yep.
Did you know who he was or had any in-depth conversations with him prior to this meeting?
No.
Okay.
I didn't know his actual name until after I was arrested. I didn't
Okay.
know who he was.
Fair enough. There was a discussion at the truck, correct?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not asking you what the discussion was, but there was a discussion at the truck. Now, prior to this meeting, later in the evening on 9/12, how many one-on-one in-person conversations had you had with Adam Fox?
I still never actually had a one-on-one with Adam Fox. This was
Okay.
a group setting that I
A group
brought
setting?
him, but
Okay. Now, you had described Fox, I think, and Barry Croft on previous occasions of having these rants, correct?
they both went on some crazy rants. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you gather when they were ranting? What did that mean to you?
I don't know. I don't know how to describe the feeling. They're just going on crazy rants. They were obviously upset about something, but they just, yeah.
Well, did you take them seriously when they were ranting?
No.
Okay.
You'll hear that same stuff in a bar on an afternoon if they're talking politics.
Okay. Just a moment.
Sure. I don't want to interrupt you,
That's fine.
given the things coming
Right.
up, so, but we need to get some information from them.
Sure, we can take a break. That's
Let's
fine.
take a 5 to 10 minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, for the hearing.
Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect the jury is outside the courtroom. Anything that we need to take up for a short break, Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sykes?
No, thank you.
Mr. Burnett?
No, you're right.
Okay, we'll be off about probably 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
Morning. Hi, Jessica.
Hello, I haven't seen you.
For the stupid shit he was saying?
Yes,
Okay.
I remember saying that.
Did you laugh at him? We heard the audio and you kind of laughed at him.
Yeah, I laughed at him and I told him he's gonna get 2 life sentences for that
Why,
crazy shit.
why did you laugh?
I didn't take him seriously on that whole situation, so I don't know.
What did you think he was trying to communicate?
I don't know. I didn't take him seriously. I don't know if he's just another rant or what the hell he's talking about.
Okay. Did you recall saying that governors should be shot in the face?
Yeah, it might have been in that comment, yeah.
Okay. Why'd you say that?
I don't know. I just thrown it out there. I just thought it was that this was just crazy. That's
Were
why I laughed.
you serious about that?
No, I was not.
Okay. You also made a statement about I have a brother.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And apparently during the exhibit, you're cut off. You just say I have a brother.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by that?
Well, during this time, before I'd been cut off, I was going to let them know that I have a brother who is actually, he was on drugs and he did some stupid shit. He's sitting in prison for a very long time. That was what I was referring to before I was cut off.
Were you trying to warn Adam that he too would get?
Objection, leading.
Well, why did you say that?
Hang on.
I'm sorry. I'll withdraw the question.
Go ahead.
Why'd you say that?
Well, I'm just basically letting him know I'm not going to be down for any stupid shit.
Okay. So did you take Adam Fox seriously?
No, it's just, again, just some rant or I don't know what his intentions really are.
If you believed he was serious, what would you have done?
I don't know. I probably would have left and just, I don't know how to answer that, I guess.
But did you stick around and continue on with the FTX?
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
so, yeah. We were there camping.
Okay. And why did you stick around?
I wanted to finish the FTX.
Okay.
My kids were, like I said, they were camping with us, so I mean,
Okay. At some point during this rant, did you walk away from Adam?
yes, I did.
Okay. Were you ever invited to watch, I think we said UC Reds, that's Federal Agent Red's video of the explosives?
I may have been invited, but
Okay.
I never watched it.
Did you see any video on explosives?
No, sir.
Were you in the vicinity, kind of looking at the video from afar or anything like that?
No, I never seen any
Okay.
video.
When was that? When was this thing about the video? Do you recall? Was that on the 12th or the 13th?
That would have been the 12th, sir.
Okay.
Saturday.
Okay. Did you have any idea at this point in time, what this explosive video was about?
No, I don't know what was on the video.
Okay. At some point in time, did you take a break, eat dinner, do anything else?
Yeah, we would have ate with the kids at some
Okay.
point in time, yeah.
Did you have any alcoholic beverages that evening?
Yeah, I had 3 or 4 beers, yeah.
Okay. During dinner, after dinner?
It would have been like after dinner, yeah.
What time do you think you started drinking?
I'm gonna say 7, maybe
Okay.
later.
Were you drinking with other people?
Yeah, there was a group of guys down the hill.
Okay. Was there anything unusual about you drinking with other guys at this FTX?
No, it's just, it was like cool down period or whatever.
Okay.
We're done messing around
To
today.
your knowledge, at this point in time, were there any other scheduled events for the rest of the evening?
No, I don't think there was anything scheduled
Okay.
for the rest of the evening, but
Okay. At some point in time, during or after you're drinking alcohol with these other people, did you meet up with anybody? And I'm not saying what they said, but did you meet up with any other persons?
yeah, I talked with Steve.
Okay,
Um,
we're not going to talk about the discussion, okay?
Yes, sir.
But you met up with Steve Robeson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you meet up with anyone else besides Steve Robeson?
During that, I don't think I had, I mean, I had conversations with other people, but
Okay. And at some point in time, was a car ride brought up?
yes.
Okay. Did you volunteer to go on a car ride?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, did you know about the car ride?
after dinner and that, or yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Was it your idea to do the car ride?
No, I was invited.
Okay. Did you meet with Steve before you met with Adam regarding the car ride?
Before Adam showed back up camp?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Not who invited you on the car ride?
There was a conversation with me and Steve about the car ride.
Okay. And at this point in time, did you still take Steve Robeson, the federal informant, seriously at this point in time?
Yeah, he ran a large militia and stuff. I mean, he seemed like a decent guy to me.
How often did he brag about working with law enforcement?
It was pretty good
Objection, he's asking for
conversation.
hearsay, Judge Robeson.
Just for
Over and
purposes
over and
of
over again.
just for purposes of his state of mind, why he's going on the car ride. It goes to the credibility and his impression why he's doing something, Judge. Just for the limited purpose.
Well, so for the purposes of that question, it can be asked one more time of a certain topic.
Okay.
And certain people are going to be instructed.
Very well.
So go ahead.
So Steve Roberson invites you on the ride?
Yes, I was invited by him.
At this point, were there any crazy rants by Steve Robeson?
No, none that I ever heard.
You get into a car to head north.
Yeah,
Who did you get into a car with?
Adam Fox and undercover Mark showed up at camp.
Who was in your car specifically? The names of the individuals in your car?
It was Adam Fox, undercover Mark, myself, and my brother Mike.
Were there other people leaving in cars about this time?
When they got back, it was just us.
Okay. Did you see any other cars leave camp before you left camp?
Yeah, there was a bunch of people left camp before, and then Adam showed back up.
Did you know where those other people's left in their cars?
No, I have no idea where they went to.
Did you see the number of cars leave prior to your car leaving with the individuals you've just described?
No, I don't know. I know that, people left camp. I don't
Okay.
know exactly.
In cars or just
Yes.
left camp?
Yeah, they left camp.
Okay. You were around Adam Fox prior to getting into the car?
Earlier that day. I guess.
Okay. But you got into a car with Adam Fox?
Yes, sir.
Did you know where you were heading when you got into the car with Agent Mark, Fox, and Mike?
When we got in the car, I didn't know exactly where we were going, no.
Okay. Was there any ranting going on?
Yeah, there was some ranting going on.
Were you ranting?
I don't recall. I mean, I could have been saying something, but
Okay.
I don't.
But ranting, you know?
Yeah, I wasn't going off on a tangent or nothing.
Okay. Where did you go after you left Luther?
I believe it was the Walmart and Cadillac is where we ended up at.
When you left Luther to go to the Walmart and Cadillac, about how long of a car ride was that?
If I remember correctly, it's probably a half hour.
Okay.
It
Could have been longer?
Could have been longer, yeah.
Okay.
I like I said, I'm not really familiar with the area.
Okay. Did you direct anybody in the car to go to the Walmart and Cadillac?
No,
Did you have a map on your person
no, sir.
or a phone with GPS exposed or maps on your phone exposed?
No.
You said you got into the car with, now we know, Federal Agent Mark. Did you know him or had the occasion to meet up with Mark prior to getting in the car?
Maybe in passing, but I don't know more.
Okay. So in terms of evaluating Mark as the kind of person he was, did you know him before you got in the car heading up to the Walmart and Cadillac?
No, he was just another guy at the FTX to me at that
Okay.
point in time.
Was he ranting about anything?
I don't recall him actually partaking in any of that.
Okay. Did you talk on the way up to the Walmart and Cadillac? Did you yourself?
Oh, I'm sure I did, yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you were talking about on the way up to the Walmart and Cadillac?
Yeah, there was a bunch of small talk. I don't know.
I'm talking about what you said, what you were discussing.
Probably talking about rallies and other stuff like that, FTXs. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall making a statement about we should be doing more training?
Yes, I did.
What did you mean about that? Why'd you say that?
Well, again, the world's falling apart. I enjoy training. I think that it was adamant that we continue training.
Okay. So you talked about training in FTXs. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this point in time, did you add to or say anything about your participating in the plan to kidnap the governor and hurt law enforcement at this point in time? You yourself,
Yeah.
those words.
I don't recall seeing them.
Okay. Now, in exhibit, I think it's 185. You don't have to put it up. If you want, yeah, put 185
It's
up.
not admitted yet.
It's not admitted. Fair enough. Let me ask you, on the ride up to the Walmart Cadillac, what's going on? And this is September 12th, right? The evening of September 12th.
Yes, sir.
What's going on in the country at this point in time?
Same old stuff. I mean, there's riots, looting, there are protests everywhere. The lockdowns are still in effect.
Okay. Any particular events that, got the attention of any of the militias at this point in time in the country?
Objection as to what got the attention of any militias.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question.
Sustained.
So there's still civil unrest going on.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still riots. It's got to be real close to like
There's
one.
no, I answered, you answered the question if there's another one.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, at this point, does Adam reveal his plan in the car?
I think maybe,
How did he reveal it? Was it calm and serious, or was it another rant?
yeah, he was ranting, he was laughing about shit and still talking.
Was he high at this time? If you know.
I don't know if he is at best time.
Okay. Exhibit 186, that's been admitted. Could we see 186, please? So in the part in 186 on 912, what are you saying to Adam Fox? Could you read that aloud for the jury, please?
Yes.
Loudly, please, and slowly.
Yes, sir. It's me. Like I said, man, I don't know what it's going to take, dude. I've been fucking fighting in court for fucking 2 years. I don't get anywhere. You don't get nowhere with that.
Okay. What were you talking about, Mr. Null?
I would argue with my government and over property rights. We would actually, I've been to court, I don't know, multiple times fighting over property rights in my county, property ordinances. It could be anywhere from a land use permit. You don't get a land use permit for your land, or, I mean, even up to like, you got too many cars on your property. That's what I'm describing right there.
So during this conversation, I assume this is still on the ride up to the Walmart, right?
I take it, yeah.
Okay. So you're talking about using the legal process, at least in some form or fashion, to challenge the city, the government. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Did you use the legal process?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. And when I say use the legal process, what did you have to do in order to get into court?
Well, I would argue with the judge or the prosecutor over,
But did you have to respond to pleadings or tickets or?
yes, sir, if you got a ticket for a specific incident, then you would go and argue in court.
Okay. You just wouldn't show up and argue with the judge, would you?
No, it's
Okay.
definitely a scheduled event.
Okay. Did you ever respond to Adam's plan in the car?
I may have.
Okay. Well, did you ever say to Adam, I'm in all the way, I'm doing it with you, I got your back, bro, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And well, at one point in time, he's talking about the plan and in the conversation, you say, fuck, what was all that about?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's normally my favorite word, but
Okay.
I don't know what it would have been.
Did you still take him seriously at this point in time?
No, he's just ranting about.
Okay. Was the plan always talked about in the car on this half-hour ride all the way up, or was there other discussion?
No.
Okay. The plan filled in about how much time, if you were to put minutes or seconds on it?
Oh, yeah, a couple of minutes. I mean, that's.
Okay.
It was,
I'm asking you.
yeah, it was topics of conversation ranged everywhere.
Did he go into a rant, you talk about other things, and then go back into a rant kind of thing?
Yeah, if I talked, I'm sure I redirected the conversation.
Okay. At this point, did you know what the purpose of the car ride was, you personally?
No, I don't know exactly know what the plan is.
Well, at this point in time, did you have a pair of night vision goggles? At this point in time, did you have like night vision binoculars or goggles?
No, sir.
Did you have any like walkie-talkies with you?
At this time, no.
Okay. Did you volunteer your phone to communicate with other cars or other people at this point in time?
No, sir.
At some point, did you hear the term baker?
I've heard of it in the car, yeah.
Did you know what that meant?
I don't know what baker means.
Prior to this ride up on 9/12 in the evening, had you heard the term baker before?
I don't believe I did, but if I did, I don't know what the hell
Okay.
baker means.
Did you know who the baker was, if that meant a person?
No, sir, I don't know what.
Did you know what the term baker meant in terms of some event?
No, sir, I don't know what baker means.
Did you contribute to a conversation regarding the baker?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Did the word flashbangs come up in these conversations?
Yeah, good possibility. Yeah.
Okay. And were you familiar with flashbangs at this point in time?
I know what they are. I don't know.
Okay. Did you volunteer to bring or get flashbangs?
No, sir.
Did you volunteer to contribute any monies or anything relative to flashbangs?
No.
Did you volunteer or offer money for the baker?
No, I never offered any money.
When the word flashbangs came up, do you think that Adam was talking about the governor?
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. What about the term baker? Did you think he was talking about the plan and the governor?
Again, I don't know what a baker is.
Okay. You ultimately get to the Walmart in Cadillac, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Who's still in the car at this point in time?
When we first arrived,
Yes.
my brother, myself, Mark, and Adam.
Okay. When you get to the Walmart in Cadillac, what do you do, if anything?
We're sitting in the car.
Okay. What happens after you're sitting in the car? What other event takes place after that?
Well, I know Adam got out eventually.
Okay. Did you remain in the car?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is Mark in the car, Federal Agent Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Adam gets out of the car. Do you see where Adam goes?
I know he went to see Mr. Molitor.
Okay. And what are the lighting conditions out and what's the weather like?
It's dark and rainy, and we're in a parking lot, but yeah, I don't think it's real bright around us.
Adam gets out, meets with Mr. Molitor. What happens next?
Well, he said he was gonna go smoke some weed. I know that.
Okay.
I just we just had small talk in the car with Mark.
Okay.
Um,
So what if anything happens after Adam gets out and he's with Mr. Molitor? Do you guys stay there, remain there, go into a store? What do you guys do?
no, we sat there, we talked. I know we talked about, like, Adam was breaking up with Amanda, his girlfriend. We talked about Mike's crazy neighbor getting a divorce and burn her house down.
Okay. So you guys are talking about other things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Does Adam ultimately get back in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Adam gets back in the car, what happens next?
I don't know, we waited a while longer, I know that.
Why are you waiting?
There was other people that were coming up there.
Okay. Did other people eventually end up in the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cars eventually ended up in the parking lot?
2 more cars.
Do you know who was driving those other vehicles?
I know Dan was driving one.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins was driving the other one, but I did not know who he was at the time.
Okay. Do you know who were in the other vehicles? Can you identify who the other individuals were in the other 2 vehicles?
I know Steve was in.
Steve Robeson?
Steve Robeson was there. Undercover Mark was there. Obviously, he was with me. Undercover Red showed up. Barry Croft was there. Ty Garvin and I can't think of his name now. Caleb Franks was there.
Okay. Okay. Had you, the other 2 vehicles before coming up to the Walmart, did you engage in any conversation with any of the people from the other car prior to the car ride coming up?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Talk to him.
In other words, did you say anything to Caleb Franks or Ty Garvin?
No, I didn't know I didn't even know their names at
Okay.
this point in time.
Did you know that you were going to meet them at the Walmart?
I didn't know who exactly we were meeting. I knew that, I didn't even know we were going to Walmart. I didn't know what the whole thing was about.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. You had indicated before with your rallies and the Capitol event that you were in the media. Like you said, someone sent you a newspaper from Japan that you were in, right?
Yeah, China, we were front page news of China and Australia.
So at this point in time, your militia, you were, lack of a better way of saying it, were media figures, right?
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Media figures. Okay. You were in newspapers, on print and live media, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Were you ever interviewed by the press?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so you were kind of popular, weren't you?
I would say, yeah.
Okay. Mike was popular too? Mike Null?
Yeah, he was normally right there with me.
Okay. So you wait for the other vehicles in the parking lot on 912.
Sir.
What happens next?
I know that, I know Dan brought Mark a radio,
How do you know that?
because I watched him hand it to him.
Where were you when Dan, is that CHS Dan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He hand marked a radio?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many radios did he hand him?
He handed him one, sir.
Okay. Where were you? Were you in the vehicle at this time?
Oh, yes, they decided we were getting ready to depart there.
Okay.
I had got out for a second. Mark had offered us another ride, or he decided that he was gonna drive, and I got back in the vehicle. It was me, Mike, and Mark at that point in time.
What do you mean you got back in Mark's vehicle? What was all that about?
We were gonna go, when they decided it was gonna be a 2-car ride, we decided that we were gonna get into another truck.
Okay.
Mark decided, since we didn't fit in the other car, that he would drive.
Okay. And I say this with all humor, but you couldn't fit because of why?
No, I'm a big guy.
Is your brother a big guy too?
Yeah, we're pretty big guys.
So the plan was for you two to be in the other 2 vehicles.
The way I took it, I was asked to get in one of the other cars, so
Okay.
I was getting in one of the other cars, but we didn't fit.
So then there was some discussion about you riding with Mark.
Yeah, Mark volunteered to drive.
Did the radio situation happen, the radio, the handing over the radio from Dan to Mark, did that happen after it was decided that you guys wouldn't fit in the other 2 vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Did you actually see him hand Mark the radio?
Yeah, he handed it through the window, through the driver's side window to Mark.
Without saying what Dan said, did he just hand him the radio, or was there some form of discussion? Not what the discussion was, but was there some form of discussion between Dan and Mark?
Yeah, they had talked.
Okay. Did you hear what they talked? Could you hear what they were talking about? And I'm not asking you what they said, but could you hear what they were talking about?
I'm sure I heard discussion. I don't recall what exactly was being said.
Where was Mike at this point in time?
My brother Mike, he
Yeah.
was in the back seat. I believe he was behind Mark. I don't remember. I know he was in the back seat.
Okay. So when Dan handed Mark the radio, did you know what the radio was to be used for at that point in time?
No, he handed him the radio.
I'm just, what you knew. He handed him a radio.
Yes, sir.
Prior to Dan handing Mark the radio, did you see Mark with a cell phone or a set of cell phones?
Well, he had his cell phone.
Okay. What did Mark then do with the radio that he had received from Dan? At that point in time?
At that point in time, I don't recall. At one point in time, he wanted me to use it, but I
Okay, and we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Did you ever make the statement to Mark that I don't have a clue, they just trying to drop it on me, just want to go for a ride? Do you remember saying that to Mark?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. When you make this statement, where is that radio?
Well, I'm not sure exactly when I made that statement. If it was in the car, if we're still in Walmart. I don't know if the radio had been handed off yet or not. I don't know exactly what time we're talking about.
When you're in the car with Mark, where are you? Where did you go after the Walmart parking lot? You have any idea where you went?
I don't know where we went.
Okay. So, did you ever tell Mark to take you to Birch Lake, the governor's residence?
No, sir. I don't.
Okay.
Again, I don't know.
Do you even know where the residence is?
No, sir.
Have you ever? You saw pictures in court. Have you ever seen those videos before, the governor's residence before?
No, sir.
Did you ever bring up the topic of Birch Lake to Mark?
No, sir.
Was the topic of Birch Lake brought up?
When it was just us and Mark,
Yeah,
I don't believe so.
okay. Do you recall Mark asking you about Birch Lake?
No, I don't think he asked me about it. He may have said something about it.
Okay. Did you talk to Mark about rallies and FTXs and that stuff while you're driving? Do you know where you're driving?
I don't know where we're going.
Okay.
He had a GPS. I don't, like I said, I have no clue where
Okay.
we're going.
At some point in time, where did you think you were going?
I remember talking about Grand Rapids. I didn't know where we were going.
Okay. So at some point you thought you were going back to Grand Rapids.
Yeah, I was hoping we weren't going that
Okay.
way.
So do you say out loud, I hope we're not going to Grand Rapids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you talking about FTX trainings with Mark?
Yes.
The 9222 donations and fundraising for the vets?
Yes, sir.
You're sharing personal information regarding your family with Federal Agent Mark, right?
Yeah, well, my wife and kids.
Kids?
Where he's from.
Okay. At some point, do you talk about like the COVID vaccine and zombies?
Yeah.
What was all that about?
Well, it was kind of a running joke that, when the people got the vaccine, they were going to turn into like the Ion Legend and turn into zombies.
You guys kind of get a chuckle out of that?
I think, yeah, we all laughed pretty good about it.
Okay. There was some testimony about Mark offering you a ride home early in the evening.
He never offered me a ride home.
Okay. At any point in time, was there talk about how you were getting back after this car ride that night?
I know that he drove because his hotel was up there. I don't recall him stating anything about it.
Okay.
But.
What were you thinking about Mark at this point in time in the car? Did you know him? Did you take him as a serious person, not a serious person? What's the general flavor of you on this car ride up north with some guy that you barely know?
I don't know. We just had small talk in that car. We shot the shit about just a range of different stuff.
Did he seem to be a serious and pleasant person?
Yeah, he seemed like an all right guy. I don't, like I said, I barely spent time with Mark.
Okay. So you leave the Walmart parking lot in Cadillac. Where do you end up?
I don't know. I know when we got up north, I thought we ended up in a church parking lot.
Why do you believe you ended up in a church parking lot?
In the dark, it looked like a church.
Okay. Was it a white building?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I later found out it was AMVETS.
AMVETS.
Yeah, I thought it was a church.
So when you get to the AMVETS parking lot that you originally believed to be a church, what did you do when you got there?
I got out and I had to go over to the bathroom.
Did Mike stay in the car?
No, Mark actually let him out.
Okay. Did Mark stay in the car?
No.
Where did he go?
The groups that came together and around the back of one of the trucks.
Okay. How many vehicles are now in the AMVETS parking lot?
3.
3?
Yeah.
But what time of night is this?
I don't know. It's got to be late. It's got to be 11 o'clock or so. It could have been later. I don't know.
What are the weather conditions and lighting conditions at this point in time?
Well, it's dark and it's raining.
Okay. Were windows on the way up open or closed in the truck, Mark's truck?
Oh, they're all closed. Like I said, it was dark and raining.
Okay. So does Mike get out of the truck?
Yeah, Mark let him out when we got to the ambulance.
Okay. Where did you see Mike go?
He went and took a leak somewhere too. I don't know exactly
So
where.
you guys had to relieve yourselves.
Yes, sir.
How long were you away from the vehicle or Mark's vehicle for when you did that?
A few minutes.
Okay. Where did Mark go?
I think he walked over to the group of people.
Okay. Did you go over to the other group of people?
When I got back, they were kind of dispersing. They were getting
Okay.
back in their cars and stuff.
Okay. So did it look like they were talking or just kind of hanging out, smoking cigarettes or whatever they were doing?
They were talking.
Okay. Do you know what they were talking about?
No, I don't know exactly what.
Well, let me
they
ask
were
you,
talking
did you hear them talking?
about. I heard them talking, but I don't know. Again, I don't know what they were.
Did you hear the topics of what they were talking about?
No.
Okay. So when you get back to the car after you relieve yourself, they're dispersing, Mark comes back to the vehicle.
Yeah, we had all got back in our car.
Okay.
Yeah,
And who's we in your car again?
it's myself, my brother, and undercover Mark.
Okay. At this point in time, where's the race?
Already in the car.
Okay. Do you know where in the car?
Yeah, I believe it was in the center console.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 after, so why don't we do this? Is 1:30 enough time for everybody to get lunch?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Let's take our lunch break. We'll have everybody back to the back and let's go back. All right. The verdict from collective jury is outside the courtroom. We'll see everybody back ready to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you. we're gonna have to go on record if anything we need to talk about.
No, thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Just want to see what it looks like up here.
We can get final instructions,
Pardon me?
final instructions, once they decide, we get a copy.
We'll talk about once all of the presentations are completed, we'll talk about it on record. That way we can go.
I want to do the, you can't handle it. Just once. You'll be all right.
Okay, let's go back on the record. We're coming back from our lunch break. Anything we need to pick up before bringing the jury back in? Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzio?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cyber?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Barnes?
No, you're right.
All rise for the break.
Excuse me.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone enjoyed the break. We'll call the preliminary examination of Mr. Null going out. Back at Mr. Nunzio. Mr. Nunzio, let me go back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think when we left off, we were talking about the AMVETS parking lot, correct?
Sounds familiar.
Okay. Do you remember being at what you believe to be the church at the AMVETS parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I begin, and we were talking about Dan handing Mark something, but you said that happened when?
When the radio ended up at the Walmart.
To Walmart. Okay. And at that point in time, was Adam in the car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember Adam coming up to the car, Adam Fox coming up to the car when the radio was being handed from Dan to Mark?
No.
Okay. So now fast forwarding a little bit to the AMVETS parking lot. Because you guys couldn't fit in the other vehicles, just to recap briefly. You ride with Mark, Federal Agent Mark and Mike, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you left the AMVETS parking lot on the ride, did Adam Fox ever approach your vehicle?
No, sir.
Did Dan at the AMVETS parking lot approach your vehicle before Mark drove off?
They had a conversation. I don't remember if it was as we were in the car or I don't remember how that went down.
Okay. But Adam wasn't there at AMVETS,
No.
and Adam wasn't there prior to the ride at Walmart. At your car.
Once Adam got out of our car. I don't know what Adam did after that.
Okay. So, AMVETS, what time are we talking about before you drive off with Mike in the back seat and Mark driving the vehicle?
I'm gonna say 11, but I don't know. I don't know what time. it
Were
was.
you watching your clock?
No, I wasn't really
Okay.
focused on what time it was.
Did you volunteer to keep time regarding the car ride?
No,
Okay. Who's driving after you left the parking lot?
Mark was driving.
Did you direct in any way, shape, or form Federal Agent Mark where to go?
No,
Did you give him any maps or directions as to where to drive?
no,
Do you know where he was driving?
I have no idea where we went that night.
Do you know where you were driving around or at or near?
No, I've never been in that area. I don't know where we were at that night.
Are windows up in the vehicle?
Yes, it's raining.
Is it dark out?
Yes, sir.
Are at what point do you get the radio from Mark? Do you remember that?
Mark had handed me the radio in sometime after we were leaving the Walmart parking lot. He wanted me to use the radio. I didn't know how it worked.
Okay. Mark, you said Mark wanted you to use the radio.
Yes, they were trying to test comms, or I don't remember. He asked me to use the radio.
Okay.
I could not figure out the radio. The radio was weird. Instead of having a side button, it ended up being on the face of the radio. I've never used a radio like that, so I don't know.
Well, did you communicate with anybody?
No,
Were you told to communicate with somebody?
I was asked to, but
But did you communicate
I
with
did not
anybody?
communicate.
Do you know what the purpose was behind the radio and what you were to communicate?
I don't know what we were supposed to communicate. No,
Okay. On your hand for?
a minute or two, and then Mark took it back.
Did Mark use the radio? Not what he said, but did he use the radio?
No,
What did he do with the radio?
I think it was sitting in the center console. His truck had like a cup holder down, to his, would have been his right.
Okay. Does the radio come out at any point in time from AMVETS to the time you meet everybody back after the car ride?
I think it did. I don't, like I say, I don't recall exactly what time that was.
Well, let me ask you this. When the radio you think that came back out, was it given to you to use?
Yeah, he handed it to me, if I remember right, and he asked me to say rolling or some shit.
He told you to say rolling.
Yes.
Did he give the radio to Mike Null?
No.
Well, on this, how long was this car ride from AMVETS to the time you return after this car ride where you met back with everybody essentially?
Half hour?
Okay. During that period of time, did you observe Federal Agent Mark use his cell phone while he was behind the driver's seat?
Yeah, I think he was communicating with somebody on it.
How was he communicating? Not what he said, but how was he communicating? Tell the jury.
He was texting on his phone.
Okay. Was this a continuous car ride for this half hour or so, or were there stops? Did you park? Did you move again? Did you keep driving. How would you describe the car ride?
We just drove around. I mean, we didn't stop anywhere, up until, what's it, Red Bull Tavern or something like that is where that's where we'd stop.
At this point in time, during any part of the car ride, did you know where you were?
No, I have no idea where we were.
Did you ever ask Mark to drive by the governor's residence?
Never.
You said before you didn't even know where she lived.
No, I still don't.
Did you have the occasion when you were in this car ride to observe water, a body of water like a lake or a river or anything like that?
I never seen one. If we drove past it, I'd never seen it. It's, like I said, it's dark and rainy out. I don't.
Are you looking out for any suspicious vehicles?
No.
Are you looking out for law enforcement?
No.
Are you to keep any type of notes regarding this car ride on your phone or on any written document, like a
No.
notebook?
No.
Did you ask Mark to drive by the bridge?
No.
Did you ask Mark to drive in any particular direction at all that night?
No, I never asked him anything.
Did you have any contribution with the route that Mark took that night?
No.
When you looked out the window, were you looking out windows?
We were on a car ride. Yeah,
What did you see when you looked down the car window?
not much. Pretty dark.
What did you observe, if any, what Mike was doing in the back of the vehicle?
He was playing on his phone half the night.
Okay. Did you have your phone with you?
Yes, I did.
So from Amdes back to the Red Bull, were you on your phone at all?
At some point in time, I had called my son to check up on him, but I don't.
After you left
remember where it was.
Amdes or before you got to Amdes parking lot?
That might have been before, sir.
Okay.
I don't remember.
You placed a phone call to your son. Why?
I was checking on him.
Okay.
This was taking a lot longer than I had anticipated. Like I said, I didn't know what we were in for.
So a short car ride ended up into something that you didn't anticipate.
Yeah, now we're hours in.
What son are we talking about again?
My son, William Jr.
So you placed a concerning phone call to your son, letting him know.
It was still going to be a little while yet before we got back.
Did you ever share with him that you were on some recon mission of the governor's residence on Birch Lane?
No,
Did you ever share with him that this is a dangerous mission and I may not be coming back tonight?
no,
You had testified that there were other cars involved. Did you ever see these other cars that the other guys were in that night during the AmVet ride back to the Red Bull?
no. Once all the cars left, I have no idea what the other two cars ever did that night.
And what I mean by that is, did you ever point out to Federal Agent Mark, hey, there's that car with the guys in it, or there's that car with that group of guys in it? Did you ever see anything like that?
No, I never seen the other two trucks.
Were you ever watching out? So you never saw these other cars?
I've never seen the other cars until everybody came back together, and
Do you know where they went?
I have no idea where they went.
Did you use any words like boat launch,
No, sir.
spotter car,
No, sir.
signal car,
No, sir.
Timberlake Drive,
No, sir.
governor's residence on Birch Lake?
No.
What did you do on that half-hour ride from Anvets back to Red Bull? Tell the jury.
We had a little bit of small talk, if any. I mean, it was pretty silent car ride, what I remember. I don't know if it was the Anvet on that car ride. I mean, we talked about like St. Ignace, and he was from the UP, so we talked about Marquette, I think is where he said he was from. I mean,
Were you looking for Michigan State police officers on patrol?
no, sir,
Any type of law enforcement on patrol in their vehicle?
no.
Gentlemen, can I kindly have Exhibit 193 up, please? We're going to put up 193, and we're going to talk about that for a moment, okay?
Okay.
Why don't you turn around and take a look at 193? Do you see what you set up there?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean by all that? What are we talking about?
It's my frustration level. I'm constantly arguing with our government.
When you say government, are you talking about the United States government, the Michigan government, or?
The Berry County court system.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
Yeah, it's again, I always stood up for the people of this state. My frustrations is the way the court systems, they dictate everything you get to do or can't do on your property. You have to have a permit for everything. So I'm arguing in court. At this point in time, I'm frustrated with the court, the way law enforcement is standing down while people are destroying our country. There's literally people dying in the street, and law enforcement has been ordered to stand down. It's just a frustrated comment. I don't know how else to explain that.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Appreciate it. Good, okay. In that exhibit, did you talk about reconning for purposes of the plan to kidnap and kill the governor of the state of Michigan?
No, I'm just,
In that exhibit, do you talk about any type of recon for purposes of ambushing or hurting or harming law enforcement?
no, it's just a frustrated comment about my fighting in the government, but,
Okay.
Property rights.
On this car ride, did you point out any type of houses, building structures, or apartments?
No,
Do you recall anyone in the vehicle using their hand pointing to any type of house, building structure, apartment?
no, sir.
And you yourself, did you point at any house, building structure, apartment?
No,
Did anybody in the car point at or use some type of hand gesture regarding a bridge?
no,
In other words, did you point and say, hey, there's that bridge?
no,
Did you see anyone else in the car use any type of hand gestures to indicate, hey, there's the bridge?
no.
I'm just using hand gestures.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Exhibit 100, excuse me, Exhibit 200. Did you say, no, I didn't either, I was watching pretty close? What was that in reference to?
I think that's when somebody was backing out in the road towards us.
Okay. It was kind of like a warning kind of thing, like, hey, someone almost hit the car kind of
Yeah,
thing?
they were backing out in the road.
To your knowledge, is that law enforcement?
No, it was just somebody backing up.
Was that like a suspicious vehicle?
No, not to me. It was-
Okay. Did that statement have anything to do with the car ride that you were on that night?
No, I didn't want to get hit.
Okay. Do you recall driving down any streets with houses on them? In other words, something that you could see from inside the vehicle?
We may have. Again, I have no idea where we're at. We didn't get that. Nobody pointed anything out. Yeah, we're just driving down the road. So
At any point in time, did you stop in any neighborhood to look at something like a house, a building structure, or an apartment?
no, sir.
You ultimately come back to the Red Bull Tavern, correct?
I believe that's where it was.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you come back to some destination point. Were you there before the other cars, or were the other cars there before you? How did all that take place?
I don't recall. I don't recall if all three cars showed up at the same time or what order they pulled in there.
Did you ever, I'm not going to use the fancy word debriefing, but did you ever report to anybody
No,
wait for my question. Did you ever report to anybody in any of the vehicles, including your own, what you saw and observed that night?
no, we never had any conversation about what the ride did.
Were you approached by anyone, and did you volunteer any information about what you saw or observed on the car ride that night?
No, sir.
Did Adam ever approach you?
No.
You said Steve Roberson was in one of the cars?
Yes, he was.
Ty Garvin? Did he
Yeah.
ever approach you?
No, he did not.
Caleb Franks?
No, sir.
Barry Crow?
No, sir.
Who else was in the cars that I didn't mention?
Dan was in one.
Did Dan ever approach you?
No.
In other words, did he get close to you, and did you have a conversation about what you saw on the car ride?
No, we never talked about the car ride.
Did you ever tell anybody that hey guys, coast is clear,
No.
this was a good path? Anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you tell anybody, hey, this is not a good time of night? There were a lot of cars out. There were a lot of lights on in homes. Did you say anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you brief anybody about what you did in the car?
No, sir. There was never a conversation about it.
I'm going to fast forward. When you came back ultimately to Luther,
Yes, sir.
Did you brief anybody about the car ride that you went on with Mark and Mike?
No, sir. I went and checked on my kids, then I went to bed when I got back from Luther, or back from,
When you got back to Luther, were you approached by anyone and briefed anybody on what you saw or did or observed during this car ride?
no, sir.
The next day when you got up, you met with certain people, right? And we'll get to that point. Did you brief anybody about the car ride that you were on with Mark from Anvets back to the Red Bull?
No, sir.
Were you asked by anybody, from anybody during any point in time, what you saw and what you did?
No.
So what did that mean to you then about what you did with Mark between Anvets and back to the Red Bull?
Nothing. Again, just, I went for a car ride. That's blatantly obvious.
You get back to the Red Bull. What happens to the radio? Does it stay in the car? What if anything, did you see happen to the radio?
At the end of the night, I believe it was Steve Robeson asked for the radio.
Okay. Where did it end up? Who took it? Not what was said, but who took the radio, or who gave the radio to whom?
I believe Mark gave Steve Robeson the radio.
Okay. Have you seen it since that night up until today, that very radio?
No, sir.
A picture of it?
I don't think I've even seen a picture of it.
Okay. How did you get back to Luther?
We ended up in Mr. Higgins' car, and we rode.
Did you know Mr. Higgins?
At the time, I didn't know what his name was, no.
So you've since learned his name.
Yes, sir.
Is that why you are identifying him now, the person who drove you back to Luther?
Yes, that's because of this case that I actually know what his name is.
Who did you ride back with who drove?
Brian Higgins drove the car. Steve Robeson was in the front passenger seat. Barry Croft was sleeping in the back passenger seat. I sat in the middle, and then Mike sat in the rear seat beside me.
Did you bring up the plan regarding the governor
No,
on the ride back with Higgins and the other folks that you talked about?
no.
Did you ask the other guys in the car what they did and where they went that night?
No, sir.
What time did you get back to Luther?
I'm going to say 1:30, 2 o'clock.
What do you do when you get back to Luther?
I went and checked on my kids, and we went to bed.
The next morning, I believe, would be Sunday, the 13th of September.
Yeah, sounds.
Does that sound about
to me.
right?
It sounds right to me, sir.
When you get up in the morning, what do you do?
When I got up, me and the kids ate breakfast,
Okay.
canned chicken, and we made a burrito.
Okay. What happens then?
A little while passes. Dan we did land nav.
Okay. There was another station that morning?
It was it was just the people that were up and awake were asked if they wanted to participate in that.
Okay. And how long did the land nav exercise or event take place for?
Half hour.
Okay. What happens after that?
At some point in time, they started to set up the shoot house again for the live fire drills.
Did you participate in the live fire shoot house drills?
Don't think I did.
Did you see Mike participate? Mike Null participate in the live fire shoot drills?
I don't think he did.
What happens next? You're hanging, I assume you're hanging around with everybody?
Well, there was a group of us standing at the front of the shoot house. Somebody was given a safety brief
Okay.
on how they wanted the course to be run or how to enter it. They were doing a safety brief.
Okay.
And I don't recall if anybody had went through it yet, but I think a few people had done live fire drills.
The following morning, I hate to interrupt, but the following morning, on Sunday the 13th, about how many people are at the FTX that you could see and observe?
There's still got to be over 20 people there.
Over 20 people.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know everybody at this FTX?
No, I
Okay.
didn't know a lot of the people at the FTX.
So there's the safety check portion of the shoot house going on. Did you interject and talk about the governor's plan during this setup for safety plan?
No,
Did you ever receive or look at any maps, documents, schematics, plans of the governor's house?
no.
What happens next?
Like I say, at some point in time, they were starting to do the live fire drills. Jenny Plunk, she came up and got me and told me that
You
Steve
said,
wanted.
I'm sorry, you said Jenny Plunk.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
She said that Steve wanted us down for a meeting.
Okay. Who were you with at that time when Jenny Plunk came to get you?
Well, it was within where we were still standing in that group, but my brother was standing with me.
Did you go with Jenny Plunk down to the meeting?
Yes.
When you got to this meeting, had it started? Was it in the middle? Was it over? Tell us about when you get to this meeting that you were summoned to.
When I got down there, they were already talking.
Who was down there? Tell the jury who was down at this meeting.
Oh, if I can remember everybody. Well, Steve was there.
Steve Robeson,
Steve Robeson was there. Dan was there.
CHS Dan,
Yes, sir. Mark was there.
Federal Agent Mark.
Yes.
Who else?
I know that Adam Fox, Barry Croft was there. Ty Garvin was there. There was a couple other people I don't remember. And then my brother and
UC
I.
Red there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I may have said Mark. I don't believe Mark was down there. I'm
Okay.
sorry. It was Red. Red was the one down there, not Mark.
Okay. When you got to the meeting, how were people positioned? How were they standing, sitting? What were they doing when you got down there?
There was a few cars down there in the middle of the driveway. It was down by, there was a camper here in the road. There was a few cars and they were just kind of circled up, I guess is what I would call it. There was just a group of people standing in a circle having a conversation at that point.
It's been referred to as the Circle of Trust meeting. Did you see that over the last several weeks?
I've heard it called that, yes.
Did you name it the Circle of Trust?
No, I didn't.
Okay. When you got down to this meeting, did you volunteer any information?
No, sir.
And in particular, did you volunteer any information about the car ride from the night before?
I did not speak at that meeting.
What was discussed at this meeting? The topic?
Well, it had a lot to do with their plan on Governor Whitmer.
Anything in particular that comes to mind that they were discussing?
That was called for.
Okay. Okay, I'll rephrase. Did you bring up the topic of explosives at this meeting?
I did not.
Okay. Without naming someone else, did someone else bring up the topic of?
Yes, there was
Explosives.
talk of
Okay.
explosives.
On the topic of explosives, how did you react? Tell the jury.
Well, in the middle of this meeting, while we were standing there, without saying what was
Sure.
being said, the conversations went on for probably 15, 20 minutes. This meeting was, I literally locked eyes with my brother. At this point in time, I'm involved in something that I don't want to be involved with anymore.
It's scary.
Yeah, to say the least. My kids are there.
Did you contribute at all to this meeting?
No, I did not.
Did you offer any money for explosives?
No,
Did you offer any assistance in any future surveillance or recons?
no, sir.
Did you offer any weapons or binoculars or any type of materials?
No, sir.
Did you offer anything to this group while they were talking about this plan?
No.
Did it get real when they were talking about explosives?
That situation seemed pretty real.
Why,
Normally-
why did it seem real? Tell us, why did it seem real to you
Well,
at that point in time?
at that point in time, there's certain individuals there that they normally didn't handle themselves in that manner. Most of the time, if you heard some crazy shit about Governor Whitmer, they're going on a rant. Halftime, they're baked out of their mind. This was,
Describe the demeanor of the individuals that were talking about the plan and the explosives. The demeanor of these individuals at this point in time.
it was a serious conversation. There was no, screaming, yelling, hooting, hollering. They were focused. They were talking about it. They had plans to buy things. So they were setting this plan up. That point in time, that's reality. These guys are not just, I don't know whether or not they were ever going to do it per se,
Okay.
but it was real enough for me.
How long did this meeting last that you were there for?
I could say 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Why didn't you just leave when you started hearing some of this stuff?
I don't know. I was just, at this point in time, I didn't really want to draw attention to myself. Again, I have my kids there. I don't know these people per se. I've been to a few cross trainings with these people, but there was never nothing like this in front of me.
Okay.
So at that point in time, like I said, it was just, I don't know what to do.
So you didn't want to draw attention to yourself. Ultimately, did you leave the meeting? Or left?
The meeting basically adjourned.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, we were done.
What did you do after the meeting dispersed?
I actually went up and my kids were up there still. I don't know if they were participating in the shoot house or not, but they were up there when they were doing the live drills. I then went up there and I asked them, "Are you guys hungry?" And they were like, "Yes." And we grabbed our stuff and we started to head out of the meeting or out of the FTX.
Okay. So you got out of there, is what you're telling us?
Yes, we left.
Okay. Did anybody confront you before you left?
Adam Fox asked me why we're leaving, and
Okay.
I just told him my kids are hungry. I got to go get them some food.
What time of day is this on the 13th?
1:30, something like that.
Was this a 2-day event from 9 to 5 or from whatever to, in other words, when you left the FTX early, to your knowledge, was it still supposed to continue on that afternoon?
There were still live fire drills going on, and I don't know whatever they did after that.
Okay.
We left.
So you just told us a moment ago you thought these folks were serious, right?
I took that meeting serious.
You know, we've heard you talk about Darleaf, the association you have with some sheriffs. You've done competitions with military, ex-military, police, ex-police. Why didn't you call the police?
I wish I would have. I didn't know, I didn't want no more to do with this. I didn't want to be involved in the group anymore. I should have, I guess, but.
So would it be fair to say that this plan, explosives, it materialized on that morning, on the morning of the 19th?
It seemed to be getting serious at that point in time, yeah. Again, I don't know if they were ever gonna go through with it, but it was enough for me to not want to be involved.
Did you have any further communication with anybody from this group after the 13th day of September in 2020?
Well, just before we got arrested, I don't remember what date it was, but Adam Fox texted me and said that Red was bringing gear to town, or I don't exactly remember the text.
How did you respond to that?
I just said, okay.
Okay. Did you say, I'm in, I'll be there?
No, I just said I would go, okay.
Were you familiar that there were plans for another FTX sometime in October?
Yes,
Did you have any intention of going to that FTX? I think it was in Cambria on October 24th, if I'm not
yes.
mistaken.
Adam Fox texted me and asked me if I was gonna be going to the FTX in Luther.
Did you respond?
I responded and I told him, I planned on it. I'm a little hard up for money and I gotta get some cash ahead.
Why did you give him that response?
I figured that's my way out of it. I didn't need any money.
You were interviewed by the FBI regarding what took place, correct?
Yes,
You talked to the FBI, did you?
yes, I did.
Is it Plants? I think his name is Agent Plants, Special Agent Plants. If
It
you
could have
recall.
been, I don't recall. There was, I think FBI and an MSP maybe.
Did you tell them you knew about the plan?
I don't recall exactly what I had said about the plan.
Okay. But how did you respond when they talked to you about the plan?
That I thought they were just crazy or something along that lines. I
Is
didn't
this,
think they would actually go through with it.
okay. Was there any reference to when you learned about the plan, either on the 12th or before or on the 13th, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
Did you provide anything to, listen to my question. Did you provide anything to either Adam Fox or Barry Croft in the way of any material support to commit an act of terrorism against the governor of the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer?
No, sir.
Did you use any weapons, either in Luther or up in Antrim County, here in Antrim County, in conjunction with having that weapon in violation of law to further any plan for the purposes of providing any type of support to Adam Fox or Barry Croft to commit an act of terrorism or an attempted act of terrorism against the governor of the state of Michigan
No.
and or law enforcement?
No.
Thank you for your testimony. I yield the witness, Your Honor.
We're going to take a short break before we go into any cross-examination. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take 5 to 10 minutes and we'll run you back. All rise for the jury. Okay, everyone can be seated. Let's take until 2:30. I just didn't want to take any breaks once we get into cross, redirect, all that sort of thing. So
Thank you.
let's take a break now and then time to get through all of that.
We got some audio that we're going to be looking to impeach the witness on from his interview with FBI.
Okay.
Before we do that, he should hear that audio, have a chance to listen to it before we confront him.
Let's do this during the break, and if it needs more than 10 minutes now, that's fine. Why don't you and the attorneys, or at least Mr. Nunzio, and take that opportunity, and then we can talk about it if necessary when we come back.
Thank you.
Okay. And now, sister, you can step down.
Thank you.
Please, thank you.
Everyone can be seated. We're gonna have a place and things on the record before we move through. Okay, I think we have everybody. Let's go back on the record. The record can reflect that the jury is still out of the courtroom. Did have a chance to talk to the attorneys in the chambers. As Mr. Wilson indicated, there are, the way I understand it is there are 3 proposed audio clips that are new exhibits that are being sought to be linking some unfortunate testimony that were not previously disclosed, obviously, because of the way that I would phrase it is that they're being sought to be introduced in response essentially to the direct examination. I apologize for the delay to everyone. The reason for that was because, as you all heard me say before, under Rule 106, the party can seek to have, under the rule of completeness, a longer audio clip in this case played if they so choose. That has been requested by Mr. Nunzio. And so, just so that I have the numbers correct, the proposed exhibits for the Attorney General's office would be 288, and then the comparable longer requested clip under 106 would be AA. 289 would go with BB, and 290 would go with CC. So just so we're all on the same page. Mr. Nunzio, I know there's some objections, or Ms. Nunzio, to 288, 289, and 290, so if you'd like to place those on the record, go ahead, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In respect to all 3 of the clips, we don't believe it's proper impeachment. Mr. Null never said that he never heard about the plan, and these all have to do with him hearing about the plan. Further, under the people's proposed exhibit 289 and 290, I believe there could be a Musser violation because the agent does talk essentially about credibility in those clips, and I do think that that does infringe upon Musser because the jury, the fact finder, gets to make determinations about credibility, and I think it's improper and it's not relevant under 403 for those to come in. If the court does allow the admission of all 3 of those exhibits, obviously we have defendant William Null's AA, BB, and CC under 106 to expand those clips. Thank you.
Okay, and the Musser case that was referenced is People v. Musser, MUSSER, the cipher which is 494-337. All parties in the court did have a chance to review that. I'll go back to Mr. Wilson, but Mr. Cyber and Mr. Garnett, anything for you two that you want to place on the record?
No, just concur with counsel.
Okay, Mr. Garnett?
No comment.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, let me go to you for any response.
Just under the Musser ruling, if you will, the opinion, the statements in there differ greatly from the statements that are made in this case, and there's really no serious challenge to the credibility of Mr. Null by the interviewer. I'd say that they're distinguishable on the factual point.
Okay, Ms. Nunzio?
Just briefly, since Musser is from 2015, there has been case law that's developed since then that has to do with law enforcement officers talking about credibility during interrogations, but Musser is the overarching component. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, Mr. Nunzio?
Ms. Nunzio is going to be conducting the 106 clips, if that's okay with the court. I'll be doing examination, if that's okay with the court.
It would be outside the normal parameters of what I would allow, but Mr. Wilson, any issue with that?
I don't understand what you're saying, Judge.
I think when it gets to the point for admitting those, Ms. Nunzio was going to be the one handling that, but when it came time for redirect, Mr. Nunzio would then take back over.
2 thoughts, 1 witness, 1 lawyer, and number 2, we agree they're admissible, so I think all the court would do is allow them to play the tapes and then move forward.
I can do it, but it's going to take some time.
Okay. I mean, I guess the way that I envisioned it happening, since we were talking about admissibility now, is when he sought to play, let's say, 288 admitted, then the court would simply instruct the jury that a longer clip has been requested. We've reviewed those, it's been admitted, and be played as AA and it will be played contemporaneously, which it will be played.
Who's playing, William and Null is AA? We are. I'm just asking that she be able to play that for the jury, that's all. She's not examining witness.
Oh, you mean initiating the play?
Initiated.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant questioning. Okay.
No.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I could do it, but we could be here at 9 o'clock tonight, Judge.
So, that's, whoever wants to work whatever electronics, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I thought you meant questioning.
Okay.
So
10 o'clock.
that's what I was trying to
Yeah,
say.
okay. Okay. As I was saying, the court did have a chance to review Musser, 494, Nish, 337. Certainly there are follow-on cases to that. The questions there, I agreed, were very much vouching for the credibility of the child victim in a CSC type case that went far beyond what would be expected or permitted in that case or any other. In this case, it's not, the way that the court, after listening to the clips, it's not the FBI agent isn't vouching for anyone in particular credibility in a direct sense. The questioning is more along the lines of, tell me the truth or else. I guess it's the easy or shorter way that I would paraphrase or summarize that. I don't think it's close enough to Musser, that I would prohibit its admission. I also don't think that the prejudicial nature of the question that is asked, if there is a prejudicial nature, exceeds the probative value. And I think the clips became relevant, so to speak, during direct testimony because they deal with the timeline of when Mr. Null knew of the plan, so to speak, and his testimony did focus on that in part, and if I understood his testimony correctly, it was basically after the ride in its entirety, is when he had that knowledge or gained that knowledge, and the clips being sought for admission would refute that, so I do believe they are relevant and will allow the admission for those reasons of 288, 289, and 290. As I indicated, the parties did have a chance also to review the double letter clips that would be William Null's AA, PD, and CC. It's my understanding that neither the Attorney General's office nor Mr. Sider on behalf of Michael Null or Mr. Barnett on behalf of Mr. Molitor object to those coming in. So, Mr. Ralston, is that correct?
All correct.
Mr. Sider?
We just concur with Ms. Nunzio.
Okay, and Mr. Barnett, do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Nunzio, I think we placed the objections entirely on the record. Do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I think I said this, but I would note too, they were asked to be played contemporaneously. So what we'll do is whenever it should come time in the cross-examination to play 288, for example, what we'll do is I'll simply let the jurors know that as they've seen previously, they're familiar with MRA 106 now. A party can request that a longer clip be played, and they requested that it be played contemporaneously. And so what we will do is after playing 288, then we will play AA, similarly for the opposite. Okay? Anybody has any issues with that process other than what has been objected to, obviously that's maintained. But Mr. Ralston, anything else for you before?
No, sir.
Ms. Nunzio?
You know, just the time sequence of the court wishes at 5 o'clock or around 5 o'clock, if, depending on how long Mr. Ralston is, we would have no objection to breaking up, for instance, the cross to redirect at 5 o'clock. The court wishes to do that, just to let the court know. Don't want to be here till 9 o'clock tonight. 9 just seems to be a nice number today. So I just want to let the court know that we would have no objection when the court wishes to take a break.
Okay, we'll take a look at that when we get there. Mr. Sider, anything else for you?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, we're going to want 193 first. I want to have this.
Okay, everyone can receive. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break. If you'll recall, we're up to the cross-examination of Mr. Null, and I don't actually think I asked Mr. Zagler and Mr. Barnett, do either of you have any questions for this?
No, I don't, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Walton, your turn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by playing Exhibit 191 for you. And to orient you, this is in the vehicle on the way to Cadillac with Mr. Fox.
This gentleman was raised. Everybody else is sitting in the fucking parking lot and got 10 o'clock at night on a fucking Saturday night. Who ain't gonna go do recon? Does anybody go do recon anything? Fuck no. We've done tons of it in the past, like what, month or so? Him and his old lady do went and scooped out the fucking one of that. We got criminal, they had a criminal back. On the overlay. They coincided his pictures and shit, like we actually took pictures of all of them. Live and
We've been up there, we walked around in this one.
I guess this place, from what Alan said, is much better in terms of actual viability.
We are. We might be able to get it in Lansing, but we ain't getting out of Lansing.
Right.
That's just like high speed comes down, we're all fucking dead.
Plus, you will be hanging in the home. Out here.
Not here the first, she got a fucking army for the Lansing.
Oh, yes.
Up here, she don't. Like I said, we have started this already, and there's no impact. We know what this is. And hopefully it's going to, they are about 5 minutes away, 3 miles. But it's a crazy guy. Fucking crazy. So, one of these passes. All that fun. But it's not really sad. The only thing we have to do is that they might change things in that one, that's the big point. So now we're making the other one out. Closest up to these two, any directions. It's right here, she's on. Relatively. I would do it for the forensic halfway, past that.
That's on that. Maybe not. Same shot.
The forensic aspect of it, I wouldn't drag it. No way. Go over the whole one, see. Shoot, we still go. Watch that. Bring it back. Keep that bucket on. They don't care. You know, so, right? So, bucket cares. Vehicle. Out of it. Ladies. Both. Out. So, that's a good way. maybe she got 1 or 2 weeks. Okay, well, then we deal with those. Well, we need to run 8, 9, 10, 15. We need to play. One, we have another fucking team that comes from fucking foot, don't eat no forensic trail. Come back foot. Like this. As we're approaching the walls. Then, collapse. Get target. Extract the target. Moving across the fucking screen. Stress the fuck out. Like Michigan. Go out. Go. I'm telling you, that them fucking be going with precision. These motherfuckers can't do it.
Probably funded to take your look. That's what governor on the island.
No. We go to the one, they go to the one.
The one in the.
Yep.
I was like, which one? I knew they were doing it. Yeah, that's. I thought she was throwing something. Fuck that door.
Mr. Null, earlier today, you told the ladies and gentlemen on the jury that you had no idea what the ride was all about. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that, sir?
No problem. Earlier today, under oath, you sat here and told the jury you had no idea why you were on the ride that night, correct?
I didn't know what the ride was about, yeah.
Okay. I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? You didn't know what the ride was about?
Yeah.
Okay. When, can I have the transcript up, please? First page, first paragraph. I want you to take a look at this. When you look at that first paragraph there, and Mr. Fox is telling you that it's 10 o'clock at night on a fucking Saturday night, waiting to go do recon. Does anybody even go do recon anything? What did you think he was talking about?
Again, he rants all the time. I don't know what he's doing.
Okay. Can I have page 2, please? This is a statement that you made. Maybe you can help us understand it. At the top of the, right there, you said she would be hanging in the halls because that's where I would do her. She would be hanging in the halls because that's where I would do her. What did you mean by that, Mr. Null?
Well, I'm, I guess calling her tyrant. I'm venting about the same thing. The country's in turmoil. We're under lockdowns, under mandates, and I'm talking about we're talking in the car, right?
Okay, that's where I would do her. What would you do to her in the halls that you're talking about? That's what I'm trying to get you.
Well, the initial question did come from the entire segment, Mr. Baldwin. But I don't know, are you asking specifically about the second half?
Yeah, that's where I would do her, yeah.
Call out.
Okay, and what would you do to her is what I'm trying to get you to explain to the jury.
Again, we're just talking in the car ride, and he's ranting, and I'm just, I guess, participating in the conversation. He
Okay.
always ranted.
At the bottom of the page there, the Fox statement, if you would, please. Beginning, so from the forensic aspect of it. Okay, Mr. Fox says, so from the forensic aspect of it, I wouldn't drive down her fucking road, no way. And he goes on to talk about the boat launch and how it's concealed and bringing her back and leave the boat. We don't care. We done stole the boat. Then go to Lake Michigan, 2-boat system, 1 to steal her boat, put the bitch on there, drive her out in the middle of Lake Michigan. I mean, what did you think Mr. Fox was talking about there?
He's just ranting more about the plan like he had done all day.
And what plan had he been ranting about all day, Mr. Null?
Well, it's his rants. He's talking about the governor.
Okay, I mean, he's talking about taking the governor out on a boat, right?
Yeah, he's not the only one I've ever heard talking about a boat.
Well, but we're only talking about Mr. Fox at this point. I understand that you might hang around some people that talk like that, but I mean, was he talking about this earlier in the day now? 'Cause it sounded like earlier he
No,
told us.
I don't recall. I know that we were talking about it in the car ride. We had talked at the camp. I said what I said in camp and I walked away at that point. Steve
Okay.
Robeson came back there later and asked me to go for a ride.
I mean, just so we're all clear, I mean, I think you told us earlier today on direct exam by Mr. Nunzio that your light bulb moment was Sunday morning when you got there and he started talking about explosives and you said, I'm going to get out of here. You went and got your kids.
I never said anything about a light bulb moment with this witness.
No, I'm sorry,
That was
Mrs.
an
Nunzio.
opening statement.
Gentlemen, hang on. We're not gonna interrupt each other. I don't care if it's day one or week 4. The question was that your light bulb moment referring to him, maybe Mr. Null, was when you were asking the question earlier, which was properly characterized by Mr. Wilson. The objection will be overruled. Go ahead.
I think earlier on direct exam, I mean, you described to the jury that your light bulb moment was Sunday morning. Is that right?
It was not Sunday morning. It was Sunday midday when I was called down to a meeting by agent or informant Plunk that Steve wanted me down to a meeting. Then the conversation, like I said before, was a completely different situation. It's not some high on ranting. Steve Robeson's making comments. There's a lot of people that they'd never talk like that. That's when it got serious to me. This
Okay.
stuff behind me is just some high on ranting. We're in a car together.
Okay, but in terms of your light bulb moment, I think you told the jury earlier today, it was then on Sunday, shortly after noon. Is that correct?
That's when the things started to seem to be like they're actually serious about shit.
Okay, but here's the difficulty I'm having is during your entire direct exam, you told the jury you had no idea why you were in the car, right? Wasn't that in essence what you said?
Could you repeat that one more time?
No
I'm sorry.
During your direct exam, didn't you essentially tell the jury under oath that you had no idea why you were in that vehicle that night?
I had no idea what the car ride was about, the actual surveillance. I don't know what anybody else did on that. Again, when Adam Fox speaks, he's ranting. I did not take him seriously.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get, I understand you told us that you don't take Adam Fox seriously. I get that. But am I wrong that in your testimony earlier today, you told the jury that you didn't know why you were in that vehicle, what the purpose of the travel was?
I don't know if I said it that way. No.
Okay. Well, did you know what the purpose of the travel was?
We went for a ride. Yes. I was asked to go for a ride by Steve Robeson.
Okay. So did you know the reason for the ride, Mr. Null?
Well, I started to figure it out in this car ride, clearly.
Okay.
There's multiple times where Adam ranted. He got out and smoked weed at the Cadillac Walmart, got
Okay.
back in, ranted.
Okay, so you did know what you were doing that night, is that, or you did know that the mission was about surveilling Governor Whitmer's cabin that night? Did you, yes or no? If you can answer it.
I don't know exactly how to answer that. Like I said, he's going off in rants. I don't know what the other cars did.
Well, I'm only interested in what you thought, okay? So when you're in the car that night, at any point in time, did it dawn on you, wow, we're surveilling Governor Whitmer's residence, cabin, however you want to describe it?
I don't know how to answer that question. I know, like I said, he was ranting about it. The cars went and did things around the island. I have no idea what they did over there. I went for a ride.
Okay. Can I have page 3, please, Adam? The third paragraph. Take a look at this, Mr. Null. When Mr. Fox is, as you say, ranting, I mean, he didn't really, and by the way, before we look at it, I mean, when you say he's ranting, I mean, he's speaking in a level tone, wouldn't you agree?
Well, he's speaking, yes, but I
I
don't
mean,
know.
he's not yelling, right?
No, he's laughing at times and he's talking in that clip, yes.
I mean, but he's, when you say ranting, I mean, he's not yelling, he's not using a raised voice.
Objection argumentative.
Not argumentative, he was asking him what the impression was of his voice pattern, which is perfectly appropriate.
Mr. Null, in terms of, you say Mr. Fox was ranting. I mean, you know, was his voice raised? Did you hear that in the clip?
Yeah, he was probably talking in a standard pace or whatever, I don't know.
Okay, I mean, he seems pretty goal directed in there, doesn't he, when he's talking about using silencers?
Object and say ask and answer. He's already answered the question. Just because Mr. Rolston doesn't like his response doesn't mean we ask the question the second time.
Okay, well, it's not the same question, and he didn't answer it the first time. It took until the third time for him to answer it. So the question was, doesn't he seem goal oriented, which has not been asked before. So go ahead and finish your question, Mr. Ralston.
Thank you, Judge. Doesn't he seem goal oriented in that paragraph?
Yeah, he's talking, like I said, he's laying out some idea of what's going on there.
Okay, and he's talking about we could be sitting on a fucking boat with silencers, and he says, ping, 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 ping. Her detail is gone before we even reach the shore. What did you take that to mean?
I don't know, I didn't even answer his question. I don't even know where he's talking about right now, and that's my response.
Okay, her detail is gone. Okay, maybe she's got one or two inside. Okay, well, then we deal with those. What do you think you meant?
Again, my response, I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't listen to Adam Fox that clearly. He, like I said, he rants all the time.
I don't even know where he's talking about, what properties. I'm assuming he's talking Lansing. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm just in the car with him.
Okay.
He's going on a rant.
And, but again, he's level voiced, correct?
Yep,
And he's describing a plan through its conclusion. Would you agree?
yep.
Okay. And he's talking about how we could flank. I mean, you're not a military guy, but I mean, you've done a lot of these FTXs. You know what flanking is, don't you?
I've never run a flanking drill. I have no experience in military tactics.
Okay. And then we have another fucking team come from fucking foot, don't leave, no, forensic trail. Come by foot, flank this side as we're approaching from the water side. What did you think he meant then?
Again, I don't know exactly what his plan is. He rants all the time.
Okay. Adam, can I have 181, please? Yeah, please.
And we're going to go out the way.
That night, because we went there first. It's really consumed by fucking trees, and then it's like, it's it really is. Figured that way, everybody's gonna work the same time as we go back here. That's what I don't know, hey, we go on to do. We go down to the might go get some, then the, you know, it's like saying, no, it's not. I got one little small point, this is something that, but we don't actually, we do, they're still a pump now. The whole point is, this is, we're setting along. Hey. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna take a lot of time to, like, intelligence and shit, for sure. You do the minor, that bitch was some lady tried telling me that.
Okay, the first page, please, Adam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the seventh paragraph, please. Mr. Fox's statement. Mr. Fox says, if you're down with the cause, this is something that we're going to be collectively raising money to go live. So we're going to need some boom boom. What did you think he meant by boom boom?
I don't recall hearing that. Where was that? Where's that at? In the,
Oh, hang on. I got mine in my. Oh, thank you.
yeah, I see it.
Yeah, right there. Can you go get mine? What did you think he meant by boom boom, Mr. No?
I don't know.
Okay. When
This is literally the first time Adam Fox says anything about anything.
and this is Saturday, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
It must have been 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Okay. So when he says he's collectively raising money to go live, what did you think he was going to go live and do?
I don't know.
Okay. So the guy is a baker. He didn't bring anything because it's deer season and couldn't come through with all the shit. He brought a video and shit, big dump, basically a video of a bunch of shit being blown up. I mean, weren't you kind of getting the idea here what he was talking about or no?
No, like I said, I don't know. Boom boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Yeah, I mean, can you tell the jury? I mean, what's going through your mind at that point? I mean,
I was Like I said, I don't take what he says seriously.
Well, but what I'm asking you is what's your understanding of it? Not whether you took, you keep saying, I understand that you don't take Mr. Fox seriously. I think everybody gets that. That's
Yeah.
your position. But yet you're in a car with them an hour and a half north of where you're staying that night, correct? With 3 other cars in parade and, you're all up there together, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling the jury you had no idea what you were doing up here.
I don't know what they did, no. I obviously, we went on a car ride.
I was asking you,
Yes.
you have no idea what you, William Grant Null, was doing in Antrim County on September 12th at around 11 o'clock at night on a rainy night when your kid's an hour and a half south in Luther.
I didn't know where we were even at, sir.
I
had
didn't
no
ask you
clue.
where you were at. If you knew, what, do you know what you were doing?
I was going through a car ride with these guys, yes, and clearly he's laying out a plan.
Okay, but you told us you didn't know about the plan until the next day, earlier today, didn't you?
No, I said that was my realization that these guys were getting serious. I didn't
Okay.
take these people seriously.
Okay, you agree with me that it's an hour and a half ride from Luther up to here, to Elk Rapids, maybe a little bit more even.
Yeah, it's a long drive, yeah.
Okay, you got your son and your son's buddy back at the camp, right?
Yep.
Okay, and you're responsible for that other young man, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, and you and your brother hop in the car and go an hour and 45 minutes north here to Antrim County, and you leave them back there, right?
Yeah, and I had no idea where we were going or how long this ride was gonna be.
Okay. Can I have the bottom paragraph, please, Al? I mean, when Adam says it's fucking perfect, dude, there's a goddamn public boat launch at the other side of the lake from her, and it's literally concealed by fucking trees. And then it's like, it's just too fucking perfect, man. It really is. Take her on Birch Lake. I mean, what did you think Adam was talking about when he said, take her on Birch Lake?
I have no idea where Birch Lake is.
Okay.
He's
Clearly ranting about the plan about the governor.
Well, when you say ranting, I mean, he wasn't raising his voice in the clip. You would agree with that?
yeah, I would agree.
And he was measured tone,
Yeah,
goal oriented.
trying to be quiet.
Okay. Okay. Can I have the second page, third paragraph, please? When Adam Fox said, blow that fucking bridge, that little PD can't get there. The closest police station is like 20 miles on all fucking sides. That gives us a 20-minute fucking time frame. What did you think Adam was talking about there, Mr. Null?
Well, like I said, it speaks for itself, but like I said, I have no idea. Clearly, he's been doing this for a while. He knows about the place, but I don't know anything about anything up until this point.
Okay. Mr. Nunzio asked you about this statement that you made, I think. To be honest with you, you'd be better off shooting her. I'm telling you, you'll get 25, you won't get 2 life sentences. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I laughed at him. I didn't take him serious.
Okay, so that was like a joke to you about killing the governor.
Yeah, I laughed at him.
Okay,
It's in my statement. I already testified to that too, sir.
okay. And then down just a little bit, please, Adam. Okay, and again, this is back at camp, or I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, here you're talking about a brother, right? I mean, your brother Mike was at camp, right?
Sure, but that had nothing to do with him.
Okay, you're attributing this to your other brother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were you going to tell him? How did your other brother kind of fit into this? I mean, your other brother wasn't at camp, right?
No, he was not.
Okay, and where
He's
was
in
he?
jail.
Okay. Does that make you mad that the government has imprisoned your brother?
No, not for, like I said, he did some stupid shit and he got put in prison for a long time.
Okay. So you're referring to the one that went to prison here. That's your testimony today, right there.
When I told him, if you do dumb shit, you're gonna get the 2 life sentences. You're gonna go to prison.
Okay,
That's
so
what I'm telling him in that.
you were actually trying to warn Adam Fox, right?
Again, I don't know if it's warning him. It's me. I'm not gonna be down for some dumb shit.
Okay, so, tomorrow, I think, marks the 3rd anniversary of your little trip up here to Antrim County. Would you agree?
I don't even know what the date is today, sir.
It's the 11th of September. Tomorrow would be the 12th.
Okay, yeah, I would go along with that
And
then.
how old are you today?
I am 41.
Okay, so you'd have been 38 back then?
Yep, sounds correct.
Grown man, right?
Yes, sir.
Ran your own business, knew things about life. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're telling the jury that when you got in that car, you didn't know what it was all about.
Ask and answer, Judge. Ask and answer.
Okay, well, what we're gonna do is we'll allow someone to finish a question, and then if we have an objection, we can make it, first of all. Secondly, Mr. Ralston, if you can finish the question, please.
Sure. You run your own business, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You're 38 back then?
Yes, sir.
You got 2 kids on the property in Luther, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you take off in a car ride with Mr. Fox and Undercover Mark and some other vehicles, right?
Yes, sir.
You guys all rally at Walmart,
Yes, sir.
okay? And you're telling us you don't know why you were there at Walmart?
Okay. He said Walmart this time. He said
Yes, sir.
stop.
Again, by the time we get to Walmart, yeah, we're having some crazy conversations. But I didn't know where we were going, and I did not know how long we were gonna be. I did not know. I asked in the car, I hope this isn't in GR, because that was like an hour and a half away.
What made you even think that you might be going to Grand Rapids that night?
I have no idea where we were going.
Well, didn't Adam tell you, and we just got done going through Exhibit 193
Yeah, he said,
and 181 here. I mean, didn't you have a pretty good idea before you left the camp? It was about going to look at the governors?
and like, well, yeah, Birch Lake, but he never said where Birch Lake was, and I never Googled it.
Okay, so you didn't know about Birch Lake, but you knew about the governors. The goal being to surveil the governor that night. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they talked about it, yes, obviously.
Okay, can I have Exhibit 14, please, Adam? It's 9 pages. Thank you. Mr. Null, you told us earlier that, how do you feel about law enforcement?
I respect certain law enforcement.
When you say certain, I mean, what separates the wheat from the chaff for you?
It absolutely depends on the law enforcement and what they're doing at the time.
Okay, so if they're doing something you agree with, you're okay with it. If you disagree with it, you're not okay with them.
No, like standing outside of a school while kids are being killed, I don't support that.
Hey, you're talking about Parkland, aren't you?
Yep,
Okay, when did Parkland happen?
2018-ish.
Okay, if I told you it was Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2018, would you agree with me?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at 14 here, please. Can I have that, Adam, up? First, second box, please. Oh, thank you. Can you zoom in on the second box? Now, Mr. Null, you admit you made this post?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fuck the police and their supporters. They're all the enemies. Doesn't seem like there's, you're breaking out 2 different groups there to me. I mean, on the 24th of November, I mean, are you saying that you made that statement because of what happened at Parkland?
When did the Supreme Court rule that the police do not have to protect the people? It's not their job. That was a direct case over the Parkland shooting at the time that they stood outside, the families sued that cop, and it was thrown out of court due to the fact that they have no obligation to protect the people.
Okay, I'm gonna try the same question again here. Parkland happened in February of 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
You made this statement in November of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
If my math is correct, that's approximately over a year and a half later.
Yeah.
So Parkland must have deeply affected you.
Well, it depends. If that date, it wasn't the Supreme Court ruling on it, what else happened on that day?
Well, I mean, obviously, you're the one who said, fuck the police and their supporters. They're all the enemies.
Yeah,
Do you feel that way today?
no, I still, if I could talk to law enforcement, I still would, but I can't do that right now.
Okay. Can I have the next box in the upper right-hand corner, please? This is the same day, November 24th. You posted this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to be very clear on this right now. You speak plainly, don't you, Mr. Null?
I think so.
Okay. If you're a blue liner and you're in this group, you should just leave the group and there won't be another word said about it. Blue liners cannot be trusted. They are the enemy of freedom. Let's talk about that a little bit. What's a blue liner to you?
This is on Facebook, but
Yeah.
is this a post or is this one of our chat heads?
This is, well, you and Mike are both on this, and this is November 24th of 2019.
No, is it a messenger group? Is it like the MLM roundtable? What is the context of this, sir?
Well, you remember posting this, is that correct?
I see my name on it, yes.
Are you disputing that you posted that?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't post this, somebody else did in your name.
I said yes, sir.
Oh,
I didn't say no. I
okay.
said yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. What's a blue liner to you?
A blue liner is a person who backs a thin blue line.
Well, okay, why don't you tell us what that means?
Again, I don't know if this is on our roundtable page. I don't know the context to why I had posted that.
Well, no, just what I'm asking you to do is tell the jury what you mean when you say a blue liner.
Yeah, a thin blue liner is somebody who supports law enforcement no matter what.
Okay, and you don't say no matter what though in your post. You just say if you're a blue liner and you're in this group, you should just leave, right?
Yes, and that's, again, I don't know what group that I'm talking about. So
Okay.
what group am I talking to?
When you say blue liners cannot be trusted, they are the enemy of freedom. What did you mean by that?
Again, what is going on in the country at that time? What am I talking about? I don't know the context of why I'm saying that. There'd be several reasons why I would be saying that, but without context, I don't know how to explain that.
Well, let's see if we can get to that a little bit. Can I have the next box, please? Page 1. Maybe this adds some context for you, Mr. Null. I haven't met a tyrant yet that fully stands for the Constitution. Not even our sheriff, and he's the closest we've got. What did you mean by tyrant?
People who were violating the Constitution.
Okay, and did you mean like elected officials?
It can be, yeah.
Okay, did you think back then that elected officials were tyrants?
Depends on the one, yes.
Okay, did you like elected officials?
I dealt with a lot of elected officials.
You know,
Not all of them do I have a problem with.
Okay, now, when you said, I haven't met a tyrant yet that fully stands for the Constitution, not even our sheriff. You're talking about Darleaf, aren't you?
Yeah.
Berry County, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you say, he's the closest we got, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I have Page 2, please, first box. That's your brother, isn't it? Mike Null.
Yes.
Okay, and he's the one that's in the courtroom today.
Again, at this point, this is taken out of context, and this is dealing with my client. My client's not on cross-examination. My client hasn't even taken the stand.
Okay, well, sir, do you have the evidence book? Can you give him the book?
Sure.
It's about context. The question,
I think this is 14.
I think it's page 2 of consider 14.
Yep.
I think the question was asking whether or not he knew whether or not Michael Null was the author of this. Is that correct, Mr. Ralston?
Yes.
Do you have an objection to that?
Absolutely, he's taken out of context. We don't have the full conversation. Plus, my client hasn't taken the stand, and he's not on cross-examination. My client doesn't even take the stand. He can't ask about this. It's irrelevant.
We would join my client, Mr. Null, commenting on another post as a proper. I don't know why this is even up there.
Okay.
Jerry's read it, I get it, but
Okay.
why is this up there?
Well, because he was going to ask him whether or not his brother posted that, which was the question. That's a perfectly legitimate question in terms of commentary about it. We haven't gotten to that point yet, so if there's an objection at that point, then we can talk about it. But if he's asking him whether he knows whether or not Mike Null was the author of this post, he can certainly answer that question.
I think he already did. I'll ask again if the court
Okay,
wants.
yeah, so just so the record's clear, any objection to that question is overruled, so you can answer that question.
Hey, Mr. Null, that's your brother in this post, isn't it? And then-
Yes, it is.
Okay. And let's go down to the following box that I think your post is below that. And Mr. Null, here, my stand on them is fuck the police. The courts have said it's not their job to protect us, so the only other option is to extort us and make us fear them so we continue to be slaves to the bankers that own our country. Did you make that post?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It doesn't sound like you're parsing the law enforcement out there. I mean, I guess my question is, you say fuck the police, I mean, you're talking about all the police, right?
Again, I wouldn't say all the police, but yes, I say fuck the police.
Okay, and I noticed the I in the word police is bolded. Is it bolded for any reason there?
I assume you guys did it.
Okay, you didn't do that?
I didn't do that. The L's folded too, sir. I don't know how or why that is.
Understood, no problem. Okay. Were you angry when you posted this?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Again, I don't know what's going on in the country. And it says right here, the courts, again, referring back, they have no duty to protect the people.
Okay,
So that's what I'm talking about.
so let's talk a little bit about, you keep talking about the country and what's going on in the country in September of 2020. I mean, what riots happened in Michigan in 2020?
In 2020,
Yeah,
we had Lansing riots.
okay, what date do you attribute to that?
Oh, that was 5/31, if I believe.
Okay,
They
and
burned down a cop car and
so he burned a
in front
cop
of
car,
the Capitol building, and
right?
people are getting hurt all over the country. But
Well, no, I'm just talking about Michigan here. So there was a police car that got burned in Lansing in May. Okay, right?
Yep.
There was a little something that went on in Grand Rapids that year, right?
yeah, there was a big riot in Grand Rapids as well, sir. Yes.
Okay, and what month did that happen?
Oh, I cannot recall. Is it June or July? I don't remember. I remember what happened.
Okay. Any other riots or civil disturbances besides those two that you just told us about in Michigan that you were concerned about?
Yeah, there's some happened. They had some unrest in Lansing, but it didn't happen near as bad as what happened in GR, where they destroyed buildings and that.
The Grand Rapids event, that was in May, right? that you're talking about?
It could have been, sir, yeah.
Okay, was there more than one event in Grand Rapids in your mind, or,
I don't recall.
okay. So there was at least one, correct?
Yeah, there was at least one violent
Okay,
one. I went
and
there and
there's
helped
the-
clean the city up.
And there's the police car that got burned in Lansing, you mentioned, right?
Yeah, they burnt cop cars down in Grand Rapids and they burnt cop cars over in Lansing.
Okay, besides those two events, were there any other riots or civil unrest that you're thinking of that happened in Michigan during 2020 that caused you to be so concerned?
Yeah, there was several protests
And-
going
and I
on
mean-
here that had the potential to be riots, but they didn't turn into one.
Okay, so what were those?
There were several. There were over in Detroit. There was some all over the state.
Okay,
We had some that they threatened and made claims that even in Berry County, they had a big protest out there. The entire community showed up. There's 2,000 people standing there. They had their protests and they were peaceful. What would have happened if the people didn't join in and stand up for their communities? I don't know. I can't speak to that.
did Darleaf ever call you and say, I need your help, can you please bring you and your men?
No, he never had to. I took it upon ourselves to stand with our community, just like the community did when they seen us. They showed up in force as well.
Okay, you heard Mr. Molitor talk about violence perceived as violence achieved. How tall are you?
I'm 6'2",
How much do you weigh?
280.
Your brother, both of you came into the world on the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
About the same size as you,
Yes, sir.
okay? When you're all kitted up, you're in your ballistic armor,
Yep.
you got your sidearm, right?
Yes, sir.
You got your long gun slung.
Yep.
You even carry a shotgun in a sheath over your back, right?
Yeah, at some events, yes.
Okay, why do you do that?
It's just appearance.
You,
And you're supporting the Second Amendment of this country.
yeah, no, but you do it for a reason, right? And your reason is it to intimidate other people?
It's not to intimidate, no.
How would you use your shotgun that you had on your back?
I don't know. I've never pulled my weapon at any event.
Okay, I mean, but why would you bring it? Why do you bring it? I mean, when you say you bring it for a reason, I mean, obviously we put clothes on every day. I mean, why would you bring a shotgun that's sheathed behind your back along with a high caliber rifle? All legal, I admit it. I'm a 2A guy, sidearm.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you bring the shotgun too?
Because I can.
Okay, because you want to intimidate people, don't you?
Objection
No.
now, Representative. You said he did it for the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I do it for the Second Amendment, exactly.
Gentlemen. Read this again. If there is an objection, we will hear it. Mr. Null, you will not answer until the court's made a ruling, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, certainly the question has been asked and answered.
I'll move on, Judge. Thank you. Can I have the third page, please?
Are we on 14?
This is, I think, page 3, Mr. Null,
What?
of Exhibit 14, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, can you zoom in on that box, please, Adam? Hey, Mr. Null, here, this is the 3rd of January of 2020. You say, well, we look weak already. There isn't a united front and all just infighting with most groups. Most of the so-called patriots just want to be Facebook famous, and most love their blue line. They won't stand up when the time comes. They will just comply. That is what's going to happen. You made that post, right?
Yes, sir. What is the date on that?
January 3rd, 2020,
2020, okay,
right
yeah.
there. And actually with UTC subtracting 5, it would actually be January 2nd, 2020 in the PM.
Okay.
But be that as it may. When you're talking about infighting with most groups, are you talking about other militia groups?
Yes, they have this complex
I guess it's a bunch of alpha males. They always argue and fight. They can't ever agree on anything.
Are you an alpha male?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a beta male, I guess. I don't know how to answer that, sir.
And you can handle yourself, right? Okay, so when you talk about patriots here, and that's kind of a code word, right, in the movement? Patriots?
Yeah, they love their country.
Okay, well, I mean, is patriots also people that maybe hate the country and they want to start a second revolution?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay, because you say here, so-called patriots just want to be Facebook famous and most love their blue line. It sounds like you're being critical of people who like the police there, were you?
No, again, the context here, I don't know what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that will, no matter what, when the police, if they do something wrong, nobody calls them out on it, and that's the problem with the patriot movement that I am talking about. If a cop jumps on somebody's back and executes them on the side of the street, it's always, well, you got to wait for the context. Not all cops are bad, but not all cops are good. I don't know where to go with this.
Can I have page 5, please, bottom of the page, the box content?
Page 5.
Hey, Mr. Null, on the bottom of page 5 there, you say, no fear, Valhalla awaits its warrior, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, what's Valhalla?
Well, it's like Norse mythology's heaven.
Right, and why did you make that statement?
I don't know the rest of the contents of what's going on here.
Well, are you talking about going to heaven because you're willing to go to war with the government?
Well, if you were killed in battle, but I don't know what the contents is here. Going to Valhalla doesn't mean you're fighting with your government. You may die in battle to go to Valhalla, but that's not insinuating this. I do not know what the contents of this is.
Take your time and look at it.
There's a couple of videos that I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so you don't know about that either, is that right?
Oh,
Can I have page 6, please, left side?
Hang on, Mr. Wilson, let me answer the question.
No problem.
like I said, you asked about Valhalla and you asked me if that's to fight your government. And I said, I don't know what the context of the story is, but going to Valhalla, yes, you would die in battle. That doesn't insinuate I was trying to start a civil war.
Okay. All done? Page 6, please, left side. Hey, are you on page 6 there, Mr.
Yes, I am.
Okay, we all have plans, but there isn't any way in hell I'm going to talk about it on FedBook. Okay, when you said FedBook, I mean, what did you mean there?
I don't know, it's FedBook, yeah. The FBI runs the site. I mean, it's FedBook.
You think the FBI runs Facebook?
They have a big part of it, yes.
How many times have you been kicked off of Facebook?
I don't recall. I don't know how many times.
Is it more than 5?
It very well could be.
Is it more than 10?
I don't know. I don't know how many times I've been off there.
Okay.
My page has been deleted so much that we had a militia page, and that's when they started cracking down on it. I was an admin on the militia page. I tried to add my Facebook back to it. As soon as I added to it, they started deleting it. When I add my next name back, I went to a different thing, and then I had to go back to Ragnar Bill Null. That's how I got that.
Okay. Let's go to the other side, top of the page, please.
Were we on 6 again, sir?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
1, 2.
Yes, page 6. Hey, this is a statement. Did you make this statement? If you guys want a real meeting with the phones in the truck, or at home, let's set some real shit up.
Yes, sir.
What are you talking about there?
I don't know. We're probably gonna have a meeting.
Okay. Why would people have to leave their phones in the truck? I mean,
I don't know. So you're not listened to.
okay, what are you afraid might be heard?
I don't know. Rants taken out of context, maybe.
Okay. Can we go down to the next box, please?
On the same page.
Yes, sir. And then you, later in the discussion, you say, but I'm not discussing anything on here like what people want to talk about. What did you think? What were you thinking of when you said like what people want to talk about? What topic were you thinking of there?
I don't exactly know.
Okay. Yeah, could it have been attack planning?
I doubt it's attack planning, sir.
Okay. The next box down, you also say, it's a good idea, bro. They're always listening, and that's in response to Mr. Cortez's statement. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be in response to Mr. Cortez.
So you think the FBI is always listening on Facebook? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm sure they're listening to everything.
Okay. You think they're listening on your phone too?
Could be, or your computers.
And back then, I guess really the question is better put. Back then, did you think the FBI was listening to you?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's a statement. Militias are paranoid.
Can I have page 7, left-hand side, please, the box content? Again, this is part of the conversation with, Frank Sinclair and Mr. Cortez here. And you're talking about, I'm always armed, just don't know if I want to go full battle rattle or not. I'll leave that up to you guys on how or what you carry. What are you talking about there? This is April 14th of 2020.
I'm not sure what we did on that date, sir. When I say not full battle rattle, I'm just gonna be carrying. I didn't bring my kit. I would have a sidearm on me.
Sure. I mean, you always carry your sidearm, right?
Not all the time, but yes, most of the time. But certain events, like certain charity events, I don't carry a gun to expose it to people.
Sure. I mean, but when you're like at FTXs and things like that, you always got your sidearm, don't you?
Yeah, it depends on what time it is. Yes.
Sure. Okay. Hey, Mr. Null,
Yes, sir.
did you have a gun when you came up here to Antrim County and helped out with the surveillance?
No, I did not.
Okay. How about your brother Mike? Do you have a gun?
I doubt it.
So you get in a car with some guy you barely know, you don't know where you're going, you don't have your gun?
When I start drinking, my gun goes into the glove box.
So you had the gun in the glove box that night?
In my glove box. I was not in my car.
Okay. You said you had 3 or 4 beers that night. I think it was your testimony earlier today, right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the first time alcohol's ever crossed your lips, has it?
Every time I drink, I put my gun away. I
Okay.
never drink with my gun. I never drink with my gun.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Judge, I got, I know we're coming up on the witching hour here. Don't know how much longer you want me to go, and I'll go as long as the court runs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop there for the evening. I think what we'll do is give you all back. If I could just see nods or a big thumbs down, if this means if anyone's disapproval, if we started at 8:30 tomorrow. Okay, we'll go at 9 o'clock. We'll see everybody back at 9 o'clock ready to go. Thank you all. All rise.
I was going to agree that it
Okay, doors closed. The record can reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. Anything we need to pick up for breaking for the day, Mr. Walton?
No, sir.
Mr. Nundy?
So thank you.
Mr. Sykes?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, Your Honor, we had a short discussion in Chambers about exhibits. Many of my exhibits were hard copies, they were not digital. And there was a request from the prosecutor to get exhibits on digital. I would just check you to make sure that it's just the digital ones that I have that I can put all in one thumbnail. And allow them to have the physical copies of the original paper. There's an extra one, I guess, is in the prosecutor's office, so B, so that there's a drawing from our. In any event, would it be okay to just put the digital ones on one place, and they already have the other exhibits in their hands?
They have copies.
Yes, I've given her a hard copy of half or more paper.
You mean like, and for example, photographs? You don't have to do those.
And to, yeah.
I just mean as an example of that.
Yeah.
We're also in the issue with that.
I'm not sure what he's asking.
So if I understood correctly what he's asking for, and I guess for the purpose of the record, Mr. Null, you're please.
Yes, sir, thank you.
The discussion the attorneys had is, the court asked at some point in the week if anyone had seen computer, meaning the computer that didn't connect to Wi-Fi and didn't have anything else on it. The parties could come back to the jury so that they could review any electronic exhibits. People have all of their exhibits electronically, so there would be a folder, for example, on the computer that would contain all of the exhibits. And I guess if Mr. Barnett, if you don't have electronic copies of those, we'll have to deal with it, that's fine. So anything that's electronic, though, needs to be in that folder so that they have access to it and can play that. And the reason that I wanted everything digital is because I was concerned that because they have color copies of the exhibits with the stickers on it, it may get confused. So we'll have to deal with that, I guess, when it comes for getting them back. But yeah, that's fine. Paper copies or whatever, but we'll just need a separate set that can go back as the official exhibit. If they don't use.
Yeah, and what we've got is a clean computer, no internet, with our electronic version on there. And I guess what I do is I invite the defense that if they want to park their exhibits electronically in there too, we'll accommodate that, of course. Need to be on a thumb drive, so we can do that. It's not a CD reading. You know, if somebody's got a CD reader, I guess we could try that, but.
No, let's do thumb drive. So, Mr. Barnett, if you could ensure whatever electronic exhibits you have, that those are placed on a single thumb drive so that you can have them equal tomorrow. And then the others, they haven't been put in yet, so to speak, but I'll be prepared for that just in case.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Judge.
Anything else?
No, sir.
So I should try to put them all on digital.
That would be preferred, and the only reason is because if they have a paper copy that has the exhibit sticker and on it, let's say, what I'm concerned with is that somebody's gonna go in and after whatever deliberations happen, select up the exhibits regardless of what happens, and we can't distinguish between what was somebody's pile, right, juror number 1, let's say, their pile of versus the official exhibit that was submitted. So that's the cause of concern. If they have an electronic copy, then we can keep the actual exhibits that were admitted out here. But again, if that's not possible, that's perfectly fine. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Okay? Thank you. Okay. See everybody tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Judge, very much.